Hello and welcome everyone. This is Race on Aaes and we have a very special presentation this evening. This is the 3 hours of Spa. It's a solo race. This is the Australasian Endurance Series. My name is Nick and I'm going to be taking you through this evening's proceedings. This is going to be a lot of fun. We're expecting a grid of 80 mixed between GT3s, GT4s and Porsche Cup as well. So we're going to have a lot of cars out on circuit going around Spa. I think every square inch of these 7.04 kilometres is going to be taken up at most times this evening, but we're not too far away from kicking off proceedings. What I thought I'd do though is just give you a bit of a rundown in terms of the entry list. The drivers are about to go into a driver briefing for now. So we'll cover the next sort of 7 or 8 minutes. Just quickly give you a bit of an overview of the participants, different classes. We'll also look at some of the events set up and also some of the prize money that is involved. So it's attracted a massive field. So it is going to be, there was a $5 entry and that's all going to be spread out amongst the class winners, which I'll cover up very, very shortly. So if we take a look at the field here, so you can see there's plenty of BMWs, plenty of Ferraris. Vadik in the chat, that is correct. 80 entrants are expected. I think right now we have 71 in there at the moment. So might not get to the 80 as expected, but we're going to get pretty bloody close. So you can see there plenty of drivers: Begg, Muddle, Pratt, Greg Brock. Big shout out to Greg Brock. He is been the driving force behind all of this, and so he will be participating this evening, but he has been one of the main forces behind getting all of this together. So big shout out to Greg. You got Paul Boxall, Luke McKenzie, Robs, Ignat. You got Connor Hind in there, Mark Stevens. You see some very familiar names in here as well. A couple of BMWs of Jake Green and Jared Ing. I thought I'd just get everyone at least on the screen. So apologies for going through for everyone, but just wanted to give a shout out to everyone as well. Massive participation rate too. Chris Bozic, Nick Capper in there, Shane Robbins, Jacob Trainer. Keep an eye on him. Alex Kay, Alex Tonkin, Carl Johnson and Fahad Ghafour. Will definitely be one to keep an eye out for Fahad Ghafour. Same with Jacob Trainer. He's been in some good form recently in a couple of other leagues. A couple of South Africans as well. Jaco Venter, James LeCauley, Kurt Moss in there, Will Hammond, Zakate Panza, John Zhu, Patrick Oliver, Harrison Baller, Steve Crossland, Liam Curran, and then you got Lewis Van Deventer, Mitchell Noble, Aaron O'Brien, Gunther Rao, Simon Phillips, Simon Scanlon, Tony French, Daniel Siliana, I think that's how you pronounce it, Steve Norman, and Daniel Quantoto in a Porsche there as well. And then just rounding out the GT3 entries, you've got Ben Newman, Michael Babb, Samuel Carson, Simon Berry in Smee, Tafik Moyen, Steve Schneider, Philippa Bakita, Jackson Myers, Mark Bushell, Chris Taylor, Gaz Eddy, Nico Cordia, Mark Norman, and Ali Kyrudin is another one to keep an eye out for this evening. So that, as far as the GT3 class goes, there are all the participants who will be running in GT3. In terms of GT4, not as an extensive field. As you can see here, Christian Wells, Brendan Pawley, Matthew Herod, Thinus Venter, Lockie Andrews, Lucas Keys, Matt Nipares, Chris Cooley, John Sonicus, JP Sonicus, Tom Maloney, Johnny Eaton, Witha Botha, Jay Parkington, Vinny Canero, and Mitchell Cole. Some familiar names in there to me. Anyway, Chris Cooley will be an interesting one to see how he goes in a Maserati. The only Maserati in the field, plenty of Chevys as well. And a KTM mixed in there too. So some familiar names, some very fast drivers as well. So we'll see how they can go with the GT4. That's going to be probably the big thing. Traffic is going to be huge around here this evening. So I dare say that will be coming up in the driver's briefing as we speak. In terms of the Porsche Cup entry, you've got Jamie Conboy, Brad McDonald, Michael Pickford, Ethan Cale. You've got Michael Crick in there as well. And you've got Tarquin Finton, Matthew Spinazzi. Keep an eye out for Matthew Spinazzi. He'd be probably, if I was a betting man, he and Ethan Cale, I reckon we'll put in we'll contend for the win there. Ashlyn Reynolds, Paul Huddy, Dylan Prindable, and Jonathan Carter, the Englishman, rounding out the field for the Porsche Cup. So I'm not too sure if all of those drivers are in here this evening. I know we've got sitting at 72 right now. So massive field. I don't know about you. I'm a little bit nervous myself. I have a couple of beers just to ease the nerves a little bit. We will not be far away at all from getting this one underway. In terms of what the setup is going to look like, so they're in a driver's briefing right now. We're due to kick off qualifying in about 3 minutes, so at 5:40 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is about 3 minutes away by my watch. What have we got here? So they're going to do the qualifying. It's going to be over a period of 60 minutes. So as you can see there, it's going to be 3 20-minute blocks, and they're going to break it up into Tier 1 of GT3 class. Now, Tier 1 doesn't refer to necessarily Tier 1 or Tier 2 drivers. It's just the different tiers of qualifying. So there's no specifics around, is this a Tier 1 or a Tier 2 driver or a Tier 3? I should have just said group instead, and it avoids any confusion. So Tier 2 GT4 and Porsche Cup class, they'll get 20 minutes to go at it, and then the GT3s are going to be going at it as well in the final 20 minutes of this 60-minute block. After that, there'll be a pre-race, so 5 minutes, and then we're going to kick this thing off at 6:45. And we will be doing 3 hours of Spa. So super exciting. Vatic 72 is the max grid at 24-hour Spa. There you go. So maybe that's why we've only got 72 in the lobby right now. We'll wait and see if there's any late stragglers. Let's talk about some cash. So as mentioned, there was a $5 entry fee, and that money has been dispersed. In terms of prize money, I do believe Greg Brock has thrown in a few dollars of his own as well to try and spread it out nice and evenly. So you can see for the GT3 grid, first is $190, which, to be fair, for 3 hours work on a Saturday night, that's pretty bloody good. So that's up for grabs tonight. Second is $120, third is $80, fourth is $50, and fifth is $30. These are all Australian dollars as well. GT4s, first $100, second is $60, and then for the winner of the Porsche Cup division, there will be $75 available. So that is what we're looking at right now. We shouldn't be too far away. According to my watch, where it should be about 30 seconds away. Might be a little bit longer than that, though. I'm looking at the countdown clock. Says 2.5 minutes left in free practice 2. So shouldn't be too far away from getting this one started. What can I do to pass some of the time here? As mentioned, yeah, just a huge effort from everyone. There will be live stewarding as well this evening, so any penalties and whatnot that need to come through, there'll be penalties and whatnot decided on by a live steward panel, which I can't quite get the stewards, but all volunteering their time this evening. So a big shout out to all of the stewards as well, giving up their time on a Saturday evening to police this race, basically, which is going to be unbelievable. Definitely the biggest field I've ever commentated on, and we shouldn't be too far away. So it looks like it's about 90 seconds from the free practice 2 timer running down, and we should be underway very shortly. I don't think there's sort of too much more to cover off, but yeah, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all having a cracking weekend. So this Saturday evening Australian time, or if you're watching this on delay, or wherever you are in the world as well. Yeah, hope you're all having a good time so far. Give you a quick look at live pictures right now. As you can see, it looks like there's less than a minute left in the practice session, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get this thing underway very, very shortly. There was some questions that went out as well prior to the race. That was in the Discord. So a few people have taken the time to answer it, which is very, very generous of them. So we cover some of that off through the evening as well. And I think, lap times, I think between GT3s and GT4s, it was about 14 seconds a lap, the difference in speed between a GT3 and a GT4 car. So lap traffic is going to be huge. I think it's going to need a lot of patience as well. All right.
Green light, go, go, go.
Here we go. Yeah, beautiful. All right. Cool. Here we go. Cars making their way out on track now. All right. Right on time. Love it. All right, so this is the tier 1. I think there was going to be 28, I think, in there. I don't have exact numbers. So this is Mark Bushell that we're watching. It'll be all GT3, obviously, in the first session. In terms of liveries, it was decided that it would just be in-game available liveries, so everyone's gone with their own little custom. There's a couple of custom ones in there. I'm not too sure how they've sort of snuck through there. But yeah, you'll notice that they're all just the in-game liveries this time around. The Watkins Glen 4-hour was custom liveries, not this time around. So plenty of cars out there. Greg Brock on the screen in the number 44 Audi. Plenty of cars making their way out on circuit right now. Interesting to see what sort of lap times we get. Track's at optimum, 22 degree air temperature, 30 degrees track. Now that we're up and running, I don't feel as nervous as I was before. That's a nice looking Ferrari. Mark Stevens, Line Tamer Racing, the number 169. Greg Begg using the Garage 59 livery. LSD amateur rating for Lewis Van Deventer, the number 99. Just trying to pick up, should be the first car to set away in the first time lap. I think it's going to be Bushell by the looks of things. It is, here he goes. Let's go for a lap. Spa. He makes his way through La Source, down the hill, past the pits, and up through the famous Eau Rouge and Radion. Merck handling it without any dramas. And then up the 770 metre Kemmel Straight. It's kind of an awkward length, this straight, but I dare say we'll see plenty of overtaking happening there throughout the evening as he makes his way through Lacombe now. End just wanting to step out ever so slightly down the hill, get hard on the brakes for Bruzel's turn 10. Nice and patient through No Name. Use that curb, there we go, looking very nice so far from Bushell. And he's going to go through double left-hander Pouon. Pretty planted so far. Nice conservative lap. Doesn't need to push too hard straight away. Will be 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. That's why you got the 60-minute timer overall up the top of the screen there. There's going to be action aplenty this evening. Just comes through campus. Paul Ferrat now. Along with this back straight. The left-hander, Blanchimont. The real tricky part of the track as well is that the race goes on and the shadows come across the circuit. This braking zone is usually where the patch starts to get a bit dark there, but then once the shadows come over the track, it goes a little bit darker and it gets a bit harder to spot. But these drivers will have to deal with that as they go on. So he's going to be the first driver to set a time. So it's a 2:18. Corley will be the next one to cross the line. Getting a bit of a hurry up there from the McLaren behind. This is his time. Here comes Harrison Baller. Rainlight Racing, the number 24. Here's Mick Pratt for MGP Racing, the number 15 BMW. Ing will be not far behind him. Here's Jared Ing, ING Racing. He's got the ING bank colours. That's what might it be a reference to. This is Simon S, Spider-Man Ferrari, the 115. Got a bit of the blue weaved in there as well. Spider-Man colours. Jackson Myers and the number 95 goes up into P6. Panzer, the next one across the line. So plenty of cars setting times right now. Let's have a quick look here. So top of the times is Crossland, the number 43, 217.515 is the fastest lap so far. Noble, Brock, Begg, Bushel, Myers, Pratt, Muddle, Robbins, Ing. That's your top 10. Greg Brock just boarding his lap there on the way into Bruxelles. About James McCauley for Red Rebel Racing. Some others might know him as James Mack from Race on Oz. He's currently sitting on a 2-minute 20.795. Sitting in 12th position. And looking like 72 is going to be the entry list. It's an absolutely crazy effort. Phenomenal turnout on a Saturday night. As he's making his way towards the bus stop chicane. He's 4/10 up on his best time. That'll put him in the top, almost in the top 10. He's able to continue on this pace. Goes up into P8, so nice start from him. Begg putting in another lap. Looks like Baller just aborted the lap at the last moment. Pratt will be finishing his lap almost halfway through. 7 minutes and 20 seconds so far elapsed. That's Skinny Luke having a bit of an issue there at the top of Radion. He's going to get that going again in the Aston Martin. He did really well in the 4 hour of Watkins Glen. So it'd be interesting to see how Skinny Luke goes tonight. Here's Jackson Myers, the number 95 BMW. He's not going to improve on his time, so we'll get off him for now. Here's Panzer. He's another driver who's not going to improve on his time either, so not having any luck right now. What about Crossland? Rainlight Racing, the number 43. 217.515 was the early clubhouse leader. But as you can see now, it's a 217.282 belonging to Steve Crossland. Planted through Puon. Problems through campus either. So almost at the halfway mark of the first group of qualifying. It'll be the GT4 and the Porsche Cup cars in the next group, and then the remaining GT3s after that. We'll have a little 5-minute break, and then we're going to get to the 3 hours of Spa, the AAES 3 hours of Spa. Crossland looking to improve. He's 6 tenths up on his best time, so you go to P1 for the time being. Nice work at 2 minutes 17 flat right now from him. Very, very similar coloured car, the number 15 BMW. That's Pratt. He's not going to improve on his best time. Ing might though, in the number 69. Just climbing over the curbs at the final chicane, the bus stop chicane. Good enough for P8 right now. Who else is out there? Mize is up by 4 tenths, so Jackson Mize in the number 95, 4 tenths. Get him close to the top 10. Not too sure if we'll get a ticket in there right now as we've gone over the halfway mark of this first group of qualifying. And there he goes, P9 for now for Jackson Myers. What about Greg Brock, one of the organisers, primary organiser? Number 44. Makes his way towards Blanchimont. No lift needed. Let's see how late he can leave the brakes here. Yeah, nice and late. Oh, he was 3 tenths up on his best time. Just lost a big chunk of that. He will improve. He goes up into P5 for now. But yeah, just went pretty deep on the brakes. That's at just out of Pouon. That's just near campus. So Jake Green having a bit of an issue there for now. Well, let's get over to Pratt. He's coming towards the end of his lap right now. Number 15. He's in P7, 218.887. All chasing Crossland right now, 2 minutes 17 flat. To the bus stop. He's 10th up on his best time, 10th and a half. Will he improve? Oh, he lost a little bit of time through there. He does improve his time, but not his position. What about Jared Ing? I wonder if he works for ING. Can you do something about my interest rate right now? Good enough for P5. Crossland just aborting his lap. Here's Jackson Myers. 4 tenths up on his best time, so improving. Who's that next to him? That is the number 67, I think. Lost a big chunk of time there, so he was up. See a lot of red on my screen right now. So he doesn't improve on his time. Phillips, he's got green next to his name, 3 tenths up. 219.192. 3 tenths would get him around about P8 if he's able to hold this time right now. I think he's the sole Honda in the field. Yeah, can't see any others other than his. So a brave man, Simon Phillips, AT7 team name. 3 tenths up still on his best time. Makes his way through Blanchimont as well. So it's still Crossland. Noble's in the pits, so is SS. 115 Ferrari in P4. A few other plenty of other cars out on circuit right now. We've only got 6 minutes remaining in this first group here. It's still Crossland leading the way. Phillips, he improves up into P9. Nice work from him. What about Grant Begg in the McLaren? It's a McLaren 1-2-3 right now. Top of the times. He was 700ths up on his best time, the number 21. Let's see if he can improve that as he comes up towards the bus stop chicane. Tricky couple of corners. Navigates that without any issues. Makes up a whole bunch of time. 3/10 in fact. Not enough to improve his position, so he remains in P3 right now. Who else is out there? Quarantoto, Daniel, I'm just going to call him Daniel Q, because I don't want to butcher that name all evening. The number 48 Porsche for IQ Racing. Currently P23, he's a second up on his best time at 22.912. Might get him up a position or two here. Currently P23, goes up into P21, so a good result for him, heading in the right direction. Time is heading in the right direction as well. Less than 5 minutes remaining in this first group, setting the grid for the 3 hours of Spa for AAES. This is Green, lost a little bit of time there. Still a 10th down on his best time. Panzer has had a bit of an issue. I think that was just out of Lacombe. Might have just been aborting the lap, teleporting back to the pits. Of this qualifying group, there's only a couple in there right now as the clock ticking down, so less than 4 minutes remaining. Green, P12, so he doesn't improve. What about Begg? He's a couple of hundredths up on his best time. Still a McLaren 1-2-3 at the top. Crossland, Noble and Begg. Then SS, Ing, Brock, Luke, Pratt, Phillips, Myers. That's your top 10. We've got 70 cars, 72 in fact, across the field. It's a GT3, GT4 and Porsche Cup. GT4s and Porsche Cup coming up next. As Begg doesn't improve, so still remains in P3. What about Skinny Luke? His time's looking pretty good right now. Danny Rick's wrist is the team name. Poor old Danny Rick. Broken hand. I don't see that very often, do you? Broken hand on a Formula 1 driver, let alone a GT3 driver or a V8 supercar driver. Didn't take the hands off the steering wheel. I think that's the number one rule, isn't it? Says the man with no real racing experience. Nonetheless, Skinny Luke, 4/10 up on his best time. Let's see where he can shake out. P8 goes up into P5. Nice work there from Skinny Luke. Simon Phillips, he continues to plug away in 11th position right now. 2 minutes remaining in this first group of cars. We're going to get the GT4s and the Porsche Cup to go next. Very exciting about that. Some Ginettas in there. Mercs, Chevys, Chris Cooley in the Maserati. No traction control in the Maserati as well, so it's going to be a bit of a handful. Phillips making up plenty of ground under brakes into the bus stop. He's at 3/10 up, just lost a bit of time through there. Will he improve? No, he doesn't, so he ends up going red. So that'll be probably, we'll have one more shot at it. Here's Tony French. Oh, Tony French was one of the men who submitted answers to the questions. We'll see if we can get to him later this evening. 3/10 up on his best time. Continues to hold that gap. 2:19.3. 15th. Goes to the 13th. So nice work from him. Crossland still holds the fastest time. A couple of cars out on track still. More than a couple. A handful. So this is Shane Robbins, WPR, Wolfpack Racing. Yeah, no traction control, no ABS in the Maserati, yeah. That is going to be a handful for 3 hours. Solo 3 hours around here. I've done that before myself. I wasn't in a Maserati though. Wasn't a particularly enjoyable experience. Robbins doesn't improve, so P14 still remains there. What about Ing? He's 3/10 up as the first group's time is now officially run out. And the next group will then get a crack at it, the GT4s and the Porsche Cup cars. So these guys will just finish up their laps and then get themselves sorted. But it's been in this group. Crossland looking to improve. He doesn't. So 2:17 flat in the first group. Here's the fastest time. That belongs to Crossland. Man. So Crossland in the first group, I'll just write that in my notes. 2:17.012. Alright. Just keep that in the back pocket. Pratt just finishing off here. A couple of other drivers out there as well. Other cars heading out in the field. Huddy, Prindable, Andrews out there. Partington. Just finish off the first group, and the second group's going to go, and we'll be able to see sort of lap time comparison as well. You can see that track map. It is going to be very full all evening. Pratt, he's not going to improve on his time. Panzer, he might. We'll just stick with him for now. And then we'll get some of these GT4 guys. They're all on their in-laps anyway. Out-laps, sorry. So, Panzer currently sitting 16th at 2:19.4. Him. That's sounding very, very nice. Number 52. Who is that? That's Ethan Cale in the Porsche. Alright, that's Panzer's lap. This is the car that we could hear. That's the Porsche that belongs to Ethan Cale. So the GT4 is out there. Sounds awesome. How good. Finton as well. Tarquin out there. Canero. Oh, black livery. Sim League, one of the sponsors of this race. So Vinny Carniero had a Brazilian nationality next to his name earlier on. We saw that. Carter, Jonathan Carter. Orange Express Sim Racing, 559. Up through Eau Rouge. Oh, a bumpy ride through Radion, but able to hold on to it without any dramas. Hard on the brakes. So 2:17.012, that was the first group. And then the GT4s, and they sound so awesome. Sound great. Much more distinctive note to most of them. And I'm just going to be on a hot lap right now. We're following Carter. He hasn't set a time as of yet, and will give us a good idea in terms of lap comparisons. A 2:17 flat along to Crossland. We're going to watch Jonathan Carter, who's going through Puon now. Through campus, so you can see distinctive, bit of understeer there, a distinctive difference in speed as well when you go on board with them. So then Ethan Cale is a little bit further up the road, so it looks like he's going to be one of the first drivers, him and Pickford. The other guys coming through, so sounds so good, so good, especially on the downshift. All right, Carter, what time is he going to set? He goes a 2:23. What about Paul Huddy? Way through the bus stop. So 2:25 from him. This is Matt Nippers, 196, 16 Motorsport. He sets a time. What about Tom Maloney? We have to lift. Number 57. Chevy Camaro. He's coming around towards Blanchimont now. Leading this group though, I think it's Ethan Cale by the looks of things. Yeah, not too far off times in the Porsche there. 2:21.3. Oh, Tom Maloney just thrown the Camaro through the bus stop. That looked awesome. What sort of time can he do? A 2:32.815. Who else is out there on a lap? Actually, let's get to Ethan. No, not Ethan Cale. I want to go to the Maserati of Chris Cooley. We'll wait till he sets a lap. Just in the meantime, we'll watch Ethan Cale do his thing. 2/10 up on his best time at 2:21.350 for Cale Motorsport, the number 52. Deep under brakes into the bus stop. Tracking at 4/10 faster. Loses a little bit of time out there. Goes a bit quicker, remains in P21 right now. Spinazzi for Spinazzi Motorsport. The number 1 on the door. Let me know how the quality is of the stream as well. If you could in the chat, just want to make sure it's coming through nice and clear for everyone. Oh man. Yeah, so hopefully, yeah, just let us know in the chat if there's any issues with the stream coming through at the moment. 70 cars in here. Computer might not be handling it as well as I'd like it, but yeah, hopefully it is. Yeah, so if you could, anyone, that'd be nice. Get back to the action on the track. Herod in the Janetta. He's just starting a lap. He's towards the end. Paul Huddy. Alright, thanks Rusty Shackelford. Hopefully, mostly good. Some frame drops here and there. Okay, cool. Alright, hopefully it stays like that. Hopefully it stays stable throughout. My apologies for that. So that was Nippers setting his time. So I'm just trying to get this sorted in the background. Who else we got? Herod. So we're halfway through this second session as Herod just sliding the Janetta through there. Herod just coming out of the bus stop now. Right, he's finished his lap. Spinazzi. Slowdown lap right now. What about Maloney? He's definitely not on a slowdown lap. He's 0.8 up on his best time at 2 minute 32.815. Yeah, it is a giant field. Yeah, there isn't. Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't much I can do from that aspect. We'll just have to sort of suck it and see. For most of it. Who are we with? Yeah, we're with Maloney. So he's coming towards the end of his lap. Just about to come through Blanchimont. So it looks like Kale's the fastest of this group so far. A 2 minute 21.267. It's 95% fine. All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Rusty Shackelford, for the feedback. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tom Maloney, P36. I have to work out how we're going to track all these guys in terms of their groupings throughout. This is Brendan Pawley in the KTM. I think it's the sole KTM in the field. Believe that it is as we go on board. So his best time, a 2 minute 34.060. As mentioned, yeah, Chris Cooley currently leading this group right now. They have 6 minutes and 20 seconds left in their qualifying. As Paulie pulling it up under brakes into the bus stop. Gets it sorted. Got a few cars behind him right now. And he completes his lap through there as well now. Who else do we have? Finton. His best time, a 2-minute 25.252. 0.250, sorry. Loses a little bit of time through there, but not too much. Will still improve. Remains P31 for now. Here's Chris Curley with the very interesting team name. In the 999 Maserati. Wow. It's a very, very different onboard experience compared to the KTM. A lot more visceral. Using all of the track available. He's invalidated his lap, unfortunately. He's a few tenths up on his best time. I think it might be, even Reynolds might have been top of the times there as Cooley comes through. Pickford. There's he. He's just coming up to the com now. In the Porsche Cup car. Flick across to Kale. He's just coming out of Stavolo. 2-minute 21.267 is his best time. Thanks, Louis. Thank you for your feedback as well. Much appreciated. All right, Kale, 3 tenths up, 4 tenths up, in fact, on his best time, a 2:21. He goes to 2:20.890. So cracking time from Ethan Kale. Here's Jonathan Carter in the 559. 2:22.992. Finton. He improves on his best time as well. Who else? Partington. This is definitely the GT4. So the GT4s, I think it's Norman who's leading the field. Watching Partington. He improves up into P42. Lucas Keys, he was up on his best time. Not looking like he's improving right now. Still got a bit of the lap to go. Only 2 minutes 20 left in this group as well. Lucas Keys still a 10.5 down on his best time. We'll watch him till the end though. Oh, he's just lost it there into the bus stop. So that will have ruined his lap. Simon Barry enjoying the coverage so much I almost forgot to qualify. I need to qualify. You should remember that. And Rusty, did some of the GT3 cars not get a lap done? No, they'll get a lap done in the next one. So it's 3 groups. So first group was GT3, second group was GT4 and Porsche Cup, and then there'll be the GT3 in the final 20-minute segment, which is about to begin in about 75 seconds, while these guys finish off their qualifying session. Oh, that's not how Paul Huddy wanted to finish that. Here's Matthew Herod. Quite a few other drivers just aboard in their laps. Plenty of yellow flashing up on my screen right now. We're looking at Herod. He's half a second up on his best time. 2 minute 30 flat. Let's see where he shakes out. Currently sitting P33. That is where he will remain for now. So I think it was Norman who was the fastest of the GT4s. And Ethan Cale was the fastest of the second group. So he set a 2 minute 20.890. I'll just write that down. I'll get back to cars on circuit. Spinazzi is one of them. He's P24 right now, so a few spots behind Ethan Cale. 1.5 tenths down on his best time. Stavolo. Looking pretty nice so far. He's just dropped a little bit of time, but I don't think that's going to have too much of an effect. So the remaining GT3 cars are all making their way out on circuit just as the second group wrap up. I think it needs to be said the coordination from everyone's been great. Been fantastic. Spinazzi getting a little bit of sideways there. So he'll wrap his session up like that. P24. Finton will be another one from this session. Brendan Pauly for OOR Aperture Science. P44 right now. Going to improve on his time. He does. P44 is where he will remain at this stage. So, Mohammed Zikri. Haven't seen any of Mohammed so far in the Ginetta. In the 227. P39. 3 tenths up on his best time. 231.7. He'll just make his way towards the bus stop. Oh, sounds so good on the downshift. Make his way across the line. Moves up into P36. So Ethan Cale was the fastest of that session. And then Stephen Norman looks like he was the fastest of the GT4s as well. So Nipperes is just finishing up as well. He's got the lights on. He'll pull over. And then Benjamin Hynet. So in this group there is 23 from 48th to 71. Monster field this evening. Making his way up the Kemmel Straight. Who else is out there? Rowe, Curran, Venter, Zoo. Plenty of friends joining him. 23 cars in this group. 17 minutes to go. Stephen Norman is in a GT3. I'm 808, slowest of the GT3 so far. Mark Norman and Stephen Norman. Ah, yeah, Mark Norman, 808. Sorry. 808, yes. Ah, sorry. Sorry, Mark Norman. All right, it's going to be a challenge throughout the evening, but we'll get there. So Hignat making his way through 13 and 14 of Campus. So all cars of the final group are out on track right now. You can see they're all in line behind him. Track still optimum, 22 degrees there, track 29. In terms of weather conditions, cloud was set to 30%, temperature 18, rain 0, which I think is a very good idea, and weather randomness 1 as Hignett looking to put a time on the board. Crossland so far leads all comers, 2 minutes 17 flat. What can Hignett do? He goes into P10. Plenty of other cars coming towards the line as well. I'll get one of them. Here's Carl Johnson. Kurt Moss. Mossive Motorsports. Can't miss that. Makes his way across the line. Carson will be another one for 777 Racing, the 778 McLaren. He improves on his time. What's his first time anyway? Stig Schneider. Number 19 BMW. Plenty of BMWs across the field this evening. Let's see where he shakes out. Bozic behind him. Koala Racing, Lamborghini. Oh, he missed it. Berry as well coming through for Team Berger. About Venter, just making his way through Blanchimont. Rainlight Racing, number 714. Pulls it up for the bus stop. He moves up the timetables. Who else is out there? Kappa in this final group. So there's about 8 or 9 cars that are yet to set a lap. And at the top of the times is Philippa Bakita, who's put a fair gap on Crossland. So 2:15.8, she's up on her best time by 3/10. So looking to improve right now. How much faster can she go? You have to find out. 2:15.545, so a rapid time. Here comes Chris Taylor. Doesn't improve on his time. Carl Johnson. Don't think he improved on his time either. What about Carson? So this is Samuel Carson. 2:19 flat, 6/10 up on his best time. Get him into the top 15 possibly if he tracks at that pace. Making his way through the bus stop now. Goes up into P15. Nice work from him. This is Daniel Scaluna. No Practice Enterprises. Phew, I can definitely relate to that. .4 seconds up on his best time. Here's Chris Bozic, kind of like a fatigues livery almost. So he improves up into P25. Who else is out there? Has everyone set their times now? I think Barry was one of the last drivers. There's a handful left. This is Team Berger. Remains in P47. Nick Kappa, I just sort of had a bit of a chuckle. P47, like you don't say that very often. Well, I don't say it very often anyway. Definitely the largest field I've ever seen in one race. All solo drivers, money on the line. So pretty handy, $190 to the winner outright this evening of the GT3 class. $100 to the GT4 and $75 to the Porsche Cup winner. So it's a $5 entry fee, and that has all been spread across the winnings, and Greg Brock has kicked in a few of his own bucks as well to just even it all out, as Kappa looking to even out his time, 2 seconds up on his best IPESC team racing. Makes his way towards the line. Does he shake out? Have to search all the way up to P9. So nice work from him. Moyen Tafiq for Conquest Racing, the Ferrari, the number 7. He's yet to set his first time. And Jacob Trainer's the other one. Keep an eye on the number 58 McLaren. He's circulating right now. Almost at the halfway mark of the final group. Group number 3. Setting the grid for the 3 hours of Spa for AAES. Sponsored by SimGrid this evening. You're watching it on the Ruse TV network as well. My name's Nick. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you are, don't be shy. Leave a like. Leave a subscribe if you want as well. We've crossed over the 500 barrier not that long ago, subscribers. So slowly building the channel bit by bit. Plenty of action on there. Got the console league up and running now as well. So that's being streamed here, plus PC, plus Pan Am Racing. And this is the second AAES race we've done as Tonkin goes up into P8. So hopefully we can bring more of these to you like this in the future. Will Hammond for Glutard Racing, number 33. He's setting his first time lap. He and Jacob Trainer, the only 2 cars that are yet to set a lap. That's why I'm focusing on these guys, give them a little bit of shine before we get to the top of the field, because it's Philippa Bakita leading the way at 2 minute 15.545. She's just started a lap now as Hammond goes up into P19, and then Jacob Trainer, sort of time can he do? He usually likes to drive a BMW in the McLaren this evening. See where he can shake out. The final car to set a time, and he goes up into P6, so it's a pretty good time to get started here. This is Liam Curran, just under 8.5 minutes left in the final group. Splood Motorsport, the 516 Lamborghini. Curran currently 2/10 up on his best time, and it's sneak him into the top 10. It doesn't. P11 just outside. Philippa Bakita out there right now as we go on board through turn 11. Has a little bit of traffic in front of her, just getting out of the way. Good driving to whoever that was. 2 minute 15.545. Crossland was the fastest of the first group at 2 minutes 17. He finds himself in P4 right now. So starting on the second row of the grid. Still a pretty good position in a field of over 70 cars. Stig Schneider doesn't improve on his time. Bozic not going to improve. Johnson might. P30. 3/10 up on his best time. Loses a little bit of time out of the bus stop. Moves up into P29. Bakita is out there. She's 4/10 down on her best time. BS Plus Competition Def. Team name, the number 89. So she's not going to improve on her time. She sits atop of the table though. This man here is on a fast lap, 4/10 up on his best time. That might get him to front row of the grid as it's tracking. If he continues on this pace. 6.5 minutes left. Jacob Trainer hard onto the brakes. Oh, that's nice and smooth. Makes up time, in fact, half a second. And he's on the front row of the grid. Great work from Jacob Trainer. He'll definitely be one to contend this evening. Kurt Moss of Mossive Motorsports. He's P13. Just tinkering on 10, teetering on the edge. He loses a big chunk of time through the bus stop, so he will not improve. He's got some green next to their name. Schneider does. He's currently P21 at 218 flat. Things are starting to ramp up a little bit. Less than 6 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. Bakita, Trainer, Hind, Bab, Crossland, Rowe, Noble, Begg, Tonkin, and Kappa. That's your top 10. Out of that top 10, there is 6 cars on circuit right now. So Crossland was in the earlier group. I think Noble and Begg were as well. Schneider, will he improve? He does minorly, but yeah, not enough to move up a position. Who else is out there? Carson. No, Johnson. There's Johnson go. He goes up into P21. Nice work from him. Wow, this is hard to keep a track of right now. Connor Hind, what's going to be like with 70 cars on the circuit? We're going to wait and see. We're not far away from getting that started. Got to finish off the last 4 minutes 40 in this qualifying session. This is Connor Hind for MRT Purple Nurple Racing. 7:05 Ferrari. So it goes McLaren, Ferrari, then McLaren. So 8 of the top 10 are the McLaren. Then there's 2 Ferraris and then a Ferrari in 11th. So the McLaren definitely suiting this circuit. Hind 10th up on his best time. I don't think that would be enough to get on the front row of the grid. Have to wait and see as he races towards the line. He improves, but not enough. So he's just behind Jacob Trainer for now. Here's Tonkin. Alex Tonkin goes up into P4. Great effort from him on the second row of the grid. What about Kurt Moss? Can't quite improve on his time, so he will remain in P number 13 for now. Philippa Bakita, she pulls out of that one. Here's Chris Taylor for MRT 171 in the Ferrari, sitting P11 right now. 63 100s just behind Kappa. Just flirting with an improvement on time. As we go on board, we can see that window wiper just flapping away furiously in the breeze. I was watching the NASCAR racing at Watkins Glen the other day, and they've got like little aero wings on their windscreen wipers, funnily enough. So nice little innovation there. Not too sure how long that's been around for. I don't watch a lot of NASCAR, but I thought that was pretty interesting. Here's Moyen, number 7, Conquest Racing Ferrari, P24. Not too sure if he's going to improve on his time right now. Doesn't have much time left to improve. 2 minutes 10 remaining in this qualifying session. 3 groups of 20, three groups of 20 minutes each, and has worked absolutely seamlessly. So a big congrats to all the drivers involved. It's run perfectly. Connor Hind, he's flirting with a front row grid start right now. If he can hold this time, he will improve and he'll go into P2. He does. Nice work from Connor Hind for the Ferrari. So he's going to be looking at starting front row with the grid. Kurt Moss, I've finally come to him where he's got green next to his name. Can he improve? P13. Less than 90 seconds left in this qualifying session. And he doesn't. So P13 is where he'll remain for now. Zoo GP team, number 45 Porsche. 3/10 up on his best time That would get him a spot in the top 10. With a minute left, we'll have one more shot at it after this lap. See if he can improve. So 4/10 up on his best time right now. Yeah, I'm with you, Brandon Webley. 2 minute 15.545. Like, what are we doing here? That is just nuts. That is, that's, people can only dream of doing that sort of time. A 2:16.6 is fast as well. Like, come on. Here we go, Zoo. He might have invalidated his lap. I was just getting a bit caught up in the time there. Here's Moyen. Is he improving on his time? Yeah, he's 4/10 up. Not left, long left now. 10 seconds. Who will we see? 471. Was it one? Yeah, where's 471 on my timer? There we go. Hignett. So he'll be one of the first drivers to finish. He's a 10th up on his best time. He goes up into P15. Then, where is... Come on, man. Paddy Oliver. No. There we go. There's Moyen. And then 705 should be... that'll be Hind. He's not going to improve on his time right now. So he's 1.5 tenths down. And he doesn't make up any time out of the bus stop. So it's looking likely he's going to begin the race. Nick Capper will be the next one. 3/10 up on his best time. He doesn't improve in position. So P10. Zoo is another driver out there. Hammond. He's marginally up on his best time. And then Jacob Trainer is out there still as well. I'll stick with Hammond for now. The number 33 Ferrari. Plenty of Ferraris in the field. Plenty of Porsches. Plenty of Maccas. BMWs. A good diversity field. 71 cars in total. Will we finish with 71 cars? That'll be interesting to see what the attrition rate is. 2/10 up on his best time. He goes up into P20. Nice work from him. What about Jacob Trainer? Number 58. Can he snatch a front row start? No, he can't. So he's going to start in P3. We're looking at Zoo now. 2/10 up on his best time. Can he crack the top 10? Goes pretty deep under brakes at the bus stop. Where does he shake out? P13. So nice work from him. So Bakita was the top of the times and the top of the times overall. A 2 minute 15.545 was her time. So whew, that was rapid around here. As you can see, there's 5 minutes on the clock. So we're going to take a quick little break. Be back in about 2 minutes for this one to get underway. So just sit tight. We'll be back very, very shortly.
You look so calm. I mean, I expected you to be a bit more happy being the fastest man currently.
Because it was 1 hour ago already, so now I'm calm. But it's good, but it's 24-hour race. So.
And how important is qualifying to you in a 24-hour race?
I mean, it's not really important because it's 24 hours also. If you can start at 40, you can quit, but...
All right, we are back, everyone. So this is our grid. I'll
All good so far.
try to get through most of them, but we got 71 cars. So there is a hell of a lot of cars on circuit. How far do they stretch around? Let's see. So that's how far back it stretches compared to the front of the field. Bikita just sitting down there towards the entry to Eau Rouge. So a massive field. Bikita leading the way. A 2-minute 15.545 was her time. So absolutely rapid, and that's kind of what you expect from a driver of her caliber and reputation. Connor Hyde did a fantastic job to get on the first row of the grid in P2. Trainer, fantastic effort from him in P3, and I'll just slowly go through them all as we're not too far away from getting this underway. Bab for DH Racing in P5. Crossland sat at the top of the times for a considerable amount of that session, 60-minute session. He's going to begin the race. P6, Rote, that's Gunther Rote, down there in 7th. Mitchell Noble begin the race from 8th. Grant Begg, not too far away. Car starting to turn on, and we're not too far away. It's going to be quite the sight to see, watching these cars make their way up the Kemmel Straight. Liam Curran, keep an eye out for this guy. He's quick, Liam Curran. Lots of quick drivers in here. I could say that about nearly everyone in this field. So, yeah, a lot of rapid guys out there. John Zhu, Zhu GP, Kurt Moss as well in that very, very bright Aston Martin. Simon S with the Spider-Man livery. Maybe that's the SS. No, Simon S is the name. Moyen as well. Patrick Oliver, Alpha Venturi Racing. Samuel Carson. Another Ferrari. Another McLaren. So Ferrari and McLaren occupy, out of the top 21 positions, they occupy 17, I believe. That is incredible. Scalina, no practice enterprises. Yeah, I was thinking that as well, Rusty Shacklefield. I wonder where the guys at the back will be getting the green lights. That's going to be really interesting. Now, this is what I've been trying to figure out. So I think blue markers equals GT4 and green equals Porsche Cup, and then grey equals GT3. I think that's what I'm kind of devising from what I can see on the track map there. So I'm just conscious of trying to keep track of the GT4s, the Porsche Cups, and the GT3s as well as we go along. And cars for, as far as the eye can see, Skinny Luke. I like Skinny Luke's sense of humour. Greg Brock, as mentioned, just another big shout out. Big shout out to the stewards as well. I don't have them by name. If someone does have their names, if they can put them in the chat, that would be awesome, because I think they're worthwhile shouting out as well, volunteering their time to steward this for the next 3 hours. Jackson Myers, 35, halfway through the field. Tony French is in there as well. Shane Robbins, Panzer. Oh, Green just in front of him. Don't forget Green. Oh man, look at that snake. All the way from pretty much turn 10 to turn 15. That's what a field. That's incredible. Huge. Mark Stevens for Lion Tamer Racing. This is Louis Van de Venter. Harrison Barler. Ethan Cale. One of the Porsche Cup cars. Reynolds right there with him. Steve Norman. V8 on the Aston Martin. Spinazzi. Keep an eye on this guy as well. Jamie Conboy. 1 Foot Hoagie. Michael Pickford. Simon Berry. Team Berger. Just trying to get through most of them. I'll hurry it up a little bit. Who's that printable? We haven't seen the pink Porsche. Do apologise for that. Cooley. Sol Maserati in the field. Nipperes. Zerke. Page. AP Page. And then there's... is there another Page? I can't remember. Maloney. Alright, can't get through them all. Got to get to the front of the field. This is gonna be something. This is oh no, they're not nearly at the end yet. They've still got a whiles to go. Where else do we have? Sonicus, Eaton, Partington, Paulie, Brendan Paulie, Mitchell Cole, Gear Grinders, Lockie Andrews, I've missed him, Canero, the Sim League, one of the sponsors of this event. And that's Vinny Canero, the Brazilian. I do believe he had a Brazilian flag next to his name. Rusty believes the Chevy has to be the best sounding car in the field. Quite possibly. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of opportunities over the next 3 hours to check it out. This is going to be heaps of fun. We are not far away from starting 71 cars. I'm just having a bit of a chuckle because this is going to be pretty intense, and we're almost about to start. Bakita Hind, Trainer Tonkin. There it is, the green flag goes. 3 hours of Spa is underway. Bakita leads them up through Eau Rouge for the first time. Will we get everyone through without any dramas? Oh no, we've got to spin. I think that's Skinny Luke. And what a traffic jam that is. Look at that. That is amazing. Look at that. What's it like on board? This is crazy. So good. Look at that. That is awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Sorry, I wasn't calling any of the action. Oh no, we got a spinner. That is a Porsche, a Ferrari. There's a few guys involved. There's yellow. Oh, there's another big hit there too. We're on board with Simon S, the Spider-Man Ferrari, the 115. Oh man, this is awesome. How cool. Oh, going 3 wide here. I don't even know where we are on the track right now. There's that many cars. And we've had a few. Finton, Macaulay, Kay, Cole got caught up in that. So did Paulie, Canero, sorry, my apologies. Oh man, we're not even halfway. We're only halfway through the first lap right now. Cars absolutely everywhere. That was so cool. And I'll try and get to the front of the field. It's Bakita leading the way. She's already opened up a pretty hefty gap over Chris Hind. So they're about to come through Blanchimont right now. And it's Hind, Trainer, Tonkin, Bab, Begg, Rowe in the Hignet. Looking to put a move on. Early days in this one. Trying to make hay while the sun shines right now. Patrick Oliver looks like he's had his spin around somewhere. So does Liam Curran, Carson. I've got yellow everywhere on my screen right now. I'll try and get to them. Someone coming into the pits. That's Hignet. So that's obviously not scheduled. What's happened to these guys? I'll see if I can pick it up, or if I picked it up too late. I think I have. My apologies for that. So that was Liam Curran. And oh, we got action going on. Let's get back to live pictures. right now. And do we have a safety car? Not too sure what is happening here. So I think we do. We're all settling right down again, so I can't remember if there was supposed to be a safety car in this one. I think there was, but it looks like we're under safety car conditions right now. So, whoo, man, that. I'm sure it wasn't cool for a lot of drivers out there, but that was really cool to watch. That was quite the sight to behold. Watching 71 cars all try and squeeze through Eau Rouge and Radion and up the Kemmel Straight. That was, man, that was really, really cool. That was really, really awesome. I hope you all enjoyed that. Virtual safety car, here we go. Thank you, Prod Breno. So this will be good just to settle the field down. I'll go back to single file. And, oh, man, that was so cool. So I think they'll finish off this lap. So plenty of cars. So Huddy, Cooley, the guys in the pits right now. So Brock, Zoo, Norman, Carson, Finton, Macaulay, Ing, Myers, Simon, Moyen, and Schneider, I think. Yeah, Schneider. Yeah, so whew. So all those guys in the pits right now. It's a very long pit lane. Greg Brock, oh, that's a lot of damage there. That's, yeah, he's going to be spending a fair bit of time in there, unfortunately, for him. That's a really rough start, unfortunately, for the number 44. Oh, James Macaulay, James Mack. He looks like he copped a fair whack in there as well. And just trying to sort of survey the damage of the others. Maybe Ing has got some marks on the back of that car. Same with Finton. But we're under safety car conditions right now. And are we going to be back to racing? Should be very, very shortly. So Paquita leading the field, our pole sitter with a blistering 2-minute 15.5 pole lap time. That McLaren does look quite nice as well. How many GT3 cats are now stuck at the back? This will be an interesting restart. It will be, Rusty. I think this race in general is just going to be very, very interesting. Lap traffic will no doubt play a part. But I think judging by the coordination that was shown from all drivers in the 3 20-minute qualifying sessions, that coordination is definitely not an issue. So I'm sure everyone will give it their best out there to make the other person's life easier. I'm going to have a lot of experience doing that tomorrow for a 4-hour around Kalami, starting from the rear of the field. It's tricky. It's tricky getting lapped. It's not enjoyable for starters, but it is tricky. You don't want to ruin that person's race, but you also want to keep your race going. So sometimes you just got to swallow a little bit of pride. Just let the other driver through and get on with it. 450. Who's the full car? 450. Someone stuck at the top of Radion. I'm just trying to see who it is. It's car number 450 and oh no, not 420. We're going to find out very, very shortly because oh no, they're in the pits. Sorry, my mistake. Yeah, that's Herod in the pits. Alright, so that's why I couldn't see it. Carter is making his way into the pits as well. The 559 Porsche. And have a look at this. We're watching the entire field make their way down. It's just going to go for days. coming through. Reynolds, Green. I'll try and have a look at is Tom Melody. We have to lift. Yeah, I'll have a look at risers and fallers. Have a look at that! Oh, that is so cool! Oh man! So many cars. We are not going to be short on any action this evening. Yeah, I think one more safety car lap. Still plenty of guys, drivers in the pits. Senekis, Pratt, Ing trying to make up some time, just coming out of La Source. So is James McCauley. So he's back underway. That car is repaired. Kay in the pits and Herod as well. Disciples of Speed entry. So hopefully we can go racing at the end of this lap. This is so cool. So cool. Hope you're all enjoying it. I'm just being a bit of a fan right now. I've never commentated on a field this big before. This is insane. Probably should have had a second person with me, but you know, it is what it is. There we go, Tom Maloney. Listen to that. Camaro. So we still have 71. So all starters. Very incurely saying they swap positions, but I don't think that is correct. But we're just going to sit tight for now. So it's Bakita. And she looks like she's back up to race pace right now. So we have restarted this one. And that's the view from the rear of the number 89 McLaren, piloted by Philippa Bakita. She's leading the way. Hind, Trainer, all in tow right now. And make their way through La Source as the rest of the field starts to filter through as well. Plenty of cars coming through. Hear those Porsches on the downshift. Sound brilliant. Yeah, huge field. It's the Camaro. Having a bit of a look. I think that belongs to Tom Maloney. Very V8 supercar-esque. There with Convoy. Makes his way through, up through Eau Rouge, top of Radion, heading up the Camel Straight now. Let's get to the front of the field. So Bakita, pretty big gap already to Hind, 1.7 seconds. Hind and Trainer in tow. Tonkin, he's a couple of seconds behind Trainer. He's got Bab for company. Then Begg right on his hammer. And then Rowan Kappa. We look from the rear of Bab. That's Begg. So still of the top 11 spots, 8 of them are occupied by McLaren, 3 are occupied by Ferrari. And it's Bakita leading the way right now. Action going on everywhere as we've restarted after the safety car. And now back underway. It looks like we're all good. We've got a nice clean restart. And you can see that track map. That is a sight to behold right now. There's Crossland looking at Taylor as they go through Blanchimont. Really make a move into the bus stop. No. Decides better of it. and lives to fight another day. Panzer. Oh, have a look at this little group of cars. Panzer, Kale, Bushel. Panzer makes up a spot there on Kale. And then Bushel and Phillips. The only Honda in the field this evening, belonging to Phillips. They get themselves all sorted. Looks like Green just made a move on Pickford, so he moves himself up into P30. I'll do my best to try and work out all the running order as we go along. Balla and Prindable, looks like they've just swapped positions as well. And then Hignett, he's moved up a spot. There's action going on all the way throughout the field into the source. Very, very common place to overtake, and it's proving popular so far. Oh, the BMW. That's Greg Brock. He's already been in the wars in the number 44 Audi. That's him and Schneider. They're going to go side by side down the hill, past the pits. Oh, this is going to be dicey. I think Brock just thought better of it there. He's already had a rough start to this race. Didn't want to make it any worse. Cooley being overtaken by Hignett. Peage looks like he made up a position there. So did Myers. That was Zoo as well, getting the move done on Keys down there in 48th and 49th. Macaulay. That's Pratt in the BMW. Oh, those guys still following on as they go through the comp. Just so much action. I'll try to get back to the front of the field very, very shortly to see how this plays out between this little trio of cars. And that's Partington just running a little bit wide through there, so he loses some spots. The only car that doesn't have any action right now down there. So Bakita, she's pulled away. 4.3 seconds already is the gap between her and Trainer. This is Connor Hind. He's less than half a second behind Jacob Trainer right now as we've gone through the first 15 minutes of this one. It's been a very eventful 15 minutes already. As we're on board with Hind. Started on the front row of the grid. Makes his way up through Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. Here's Begg. He's looking to put a move on Bab. Oh, side by side. Who can be the latest of the late breakers? Bab will have the inside line. Oh, they're still side by side. This is great racing between these two. Rowe will want to grab a little piece of this action as well. We're watching from the rear. Oh, what's happened to Moss? Oh, no! Kurt Moss! What happened, Kurt Moss? Let's see. Oh, is that it? Look up. Oh, bang! Into the wall. And ends up facing the wrong way. You do not want to be facing that way. He's going to spin it around. And, oh, have we lost him? Have we lost... No, we haven't lost him. There he is. So he's still with us. We've still got 71 participants. That is insane. Just saying that. This is so cool. That's Myers and Norman. Oh, I'm just going to try and keep up here. Zoo and Norman, 41st and 42nd right now. I do apologise. I don't really have any idea of how this race is really progressing so far. I do know that Hind just put a move on Jacob Trainer. Let's see that again as we watch the replay, getting it done through Blanchimont. I'll tell you what, the computer does not like the replay functionality right now. And nice work from Hind as we go back to live pictures. This is Gunther Rowe down there in 7th position. Oh, there is action everywhere. Skinny Luke looking to put a move on Stevens. That's the Porsche Cup car. You can tell by the very distinctive sound on the downshift. And Skinny Luke makes up a position. Looks like Jake Green also got past Reynolds there. He moves up into 27th, and then Harla as well on Pickford. He makes the move out of the bus stop. He goes into P30. There's just action everywhere on the circuit. We're watching Jared Ing. That was Chris Cooley in there as well in this little group of cars. And Ing looks like he's made up with a couple of spots there. Moyen. This is a GT3. That's Cooley in the Maserati GT4, so a bit of a speed difference through there. GT4 of Tom Maloney. Have a look at this little group behind as well, getting very willing amongst these four as they head into the source. I'll give you a little update again at the front of the field as Crossland and Taylor swap positions. We're still watching Pratt though. Give you an idea of the shape of this race, because I'm not going to lie, I don't necessarily know. I'm just trying to show as much action on the track as I possibly can. You just have to stick with me. Oh, yeah, here we go. Nick Pratt. Couple of GT4 cars in the mix here. This is not one of them. As they go up through into the com. Nice work from them. So Jacob Traynor, he's in P3. Bakita, P1. She is 7.5 seconds ahead of Chris Hind, who is 0.3 ahead of Jacob Traynor. Then you've got Tonkin in P4. Bab in 5th. Begg and Rowe. So that's Rowe behind him. A couple of McLarens. It's still a McLaren fest in the top 10, and a few Ferraris just thrown in there for good measure. This is Gunther Rowe. He's in 7th position. 8th is Kappa, Crossland 9th, and Taylor in 10th. Paddy Oliver sitting in there as well. Robbins, sorry to be flicking through it and flicking around everywhere. I'm just trying to work out what's what right now. And in terms of the GT4s, I think it's Ethan Cale leading the way right now. Don't quote me on that. Tony French, we go on board with him. I'm not gonna lie, this is just chaos. This is chaos right now. I don't even know where to look. Paddy Oliver, did he get a move done down the Kemmel Straight? I think he did. Go back to Tony French. And then Kurt Moss making up a position P28. Green getting past Ethan Cale. Pub boys. Maybe you're at the pub and watching this. That's Moss in the background there. And that's Reynolds joining them for company. So, race is just starting to settle down. Oh, I've got to get back to that. That looks good. Sorry. My apologies for that. So this is Cale and Moss going at it. So it's not Cale, sorry, head of the GT4s. I think he's head of he's the Porsche Cup. Leader of the Porsche Cup. For how much longer we don't know, because he's got Reynolds for company. Oh, Noble. What happened, Noble? Oh, I kind of don't want to do the replay, but I'll do it. Oh, that's out of Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane. Is he outbrake himself here? He's already got... Oh, what was that? Is that like netcode, maybe? That was really odd. Oh, Jacob Traynor, though. Ah, sorry. Wrong one. There we go. My apologies. Wrong F key. JD cheering on Let's Go K Moss. Trying to look at like 3 different things at once, but Trainer and Hind doing battle for P2 and 3. Bakita has just jumped out. Oh, that was a GT4 car. That was the Chevy, and Trainer makes contact and he goes around. That's at Puwon. He's got a lot of traffic to come now as well. Oh, and he's looked at his track map and he's like, I'm not going to do a spin move yet. Just wait, I think he will now. Yeah, that's smart driving, heads up driving from Jacob Trainer. Alright, so he's going to have to get going again. I doubt it that will be the last time we see something like that happening this evening. Noble in the pits right now as well. What about Bab? Let's get to the front of the field. P4. Oh, have a look at this. That is a GT4 of, I think that's 777. Not necessarily sure who that belongs to. I think it's Partington. As these two go into the bust-up chicane. So 24 minutes down. I feel like the race has settled down as much as a 71 car race can settle down. And start to get into a bit of a rhythm very, very shortly. Is Hignet and Van de Venter. That is coming through campus right now. So nice work from him. He's moved up into P32. So the blue car, the blue dots represent GT4s. The green dots represent the the Porsche Cup, and the grey ones represent the GT3s. So just for your clarification, I'll try and work it out, but it's a very, very heavy populated circuit right now. We still have all 71. We have 70 drivers running. Is Hignet going to put a move on Spinazzi? Looks like he's done that. So Spinazzi running in the Porsche Cup entry. Yep. The Porsche Cup car. No traction control, no ABS on those monsters. Here's Zoo. He's getting the move done. Oh, on Quarantoto, but looks like he fights back. And Zoo is going to win the war though. Some nice work from him. Schneider, and Macaulay just dropped a whole bunch of places, so not too sure if they had some sort of contact between those two as we're watching Huddy and Myers. So Huddy, one of the Porsche Cup drivers. Heading up the Kemmel Straight, and was able to just slip by there. Take away P3. Oh no, that was Berry. I'm trying to catch him. Let's go to the replay and see what happened. Stick with the helicopter cam. It's probably going to be our best bet. Oh, he just lost it by himself. Ah, that's unfortunate. Alright, we go back to live pictures. Spinazzi now. He's got Pickford behind him. I think that's been a pass for position. Still just at the front of the field, so just give you a quick update. The gaps are pretty sufficient right now. The closest 2 cars in the top 10 is Tonkin and Bab. Look at that for a traffic jam. That's worse than the Monash on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, so this is the 2 closest cars. So Bab and Beg in 4th and 3rd. A little bit of shouldering through there, but they all get through. And then Crossland as well. He's half a second behind Kappa That's a GT4 getting out of the way, I think. Yeah, I think it is. So then Paddy Oliver in P10. He's just cruising behind Taylor. So it's Bakita, Hind, Tonkin, Bab, Begg, Rowe, Kappa, Crossland, Taylor and Oliver. That's your top 10. I'll try my best to work out Porsche Cup and GT4 where everyone sits. I'll try my best. Here's Skinny Luke. He's been trying his best. Caught up in lap 1, a little bit of turmoil at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Wearing some of the battle scars of that already. Flip back to Paddy Oliver. So Bakita now continuing to stretch the lead. Who is leading GT4? That's a very good question. I'll try and get onto that for you. I don't think it's not Skinny Luke. What's happened to Ing? Oh no! That's along the Kemmel Straight. I reckon he's had trouble. Yeah, he's had trouble coming out of Eau Rouge and through Radion. I've just picked it up a little bit too late. My apologies for that, but we'll get back to him. He's going to have to limp that a long way home from there. There he is, back to live pitches. I'll try and work out GT4s. Possibly Cooley. Possibly. I think, oh, Norman. Oh, no, that's at La Source. Lacombe, sorry, Lacombe. Reversing out of the way, getting going again. It's just so hard to tell with so many cars. Or is it 5-9? Who's leading GT4? It's the blue is GT4, green is Porsche Cup. In terms of the little icons. Yeah, I reckon Cooley looks like from my screen. P52. Car 999. We're watching Wells and Keys going at it. That's definitely a GT4 for Wells. As they're going through Blanchimont. Rusty letting us know. Leader is just leading GT4 group, I think. Alright, so this is Cooley. And I believe he's the leader of the GT4 class. It's a bit of a guess, but it's an educated guess. Just letting the faster GT3 drivers through. I guess improvements for another race like this would be if we could have all the cars in the different categories have the same rim colour. That would help. All improvements for the next one. So this is Quarantoto. He would definitely be up there in terms of, like, that's a GT3 Porsche for IQ Racing. Try and work out Porsche Cup as well. In the meantime, Skinny Luke putting the move on Tony French. Oh, Tony French almost lost it out of Blanchimont. Panzer Hind is in the pits right now. So he's coming into the pits. This is back at the front of the field. Bab and Tonkin. Oh, here we go. Cooley, Peage and Maloney are the top three in the GT4. Thank you, Rusty Shackelford. Mate, you've been an absolute legend. Thank you so much. So Tonkin and Bab continuing to go at it. To give you an idea on lap times, the last lap, 2 minutes 17.690, belonged to Bakita. The closest to that is in the 220s. So she's absolutely flying right now. 99. Oh, that is really super awkward. That's Louis van der Venter. Oh man, he's got big damage as well. So that was just at the source. And yeah, that car's not going to be very enjoyable to drive at all. As we'll have a look at Patrick Oliver. He's sitting in P8 right now. And so Cooley, Pease and Mahoney were your top three in the GT4. As far as the Porsche Cup goes, that out a little bit more. So Oliver hunting down Kappa. These two battling it out, 7th and 8th. Seeing who might be the highest riser. Bushell is up 23 spots. I think, what happened to Norman? Oh no, that is along the Camel Straight. I reckon he's had a big moment. Oh, we just caught the end of it. Yeah, Radion. And yeah, that's not enjoyable at all. So you'll have to get going again. Down there in 49th. It's a GT3. As we go back to live action. Oh, that's the aftermath. And what about Muddle? Has he suffered the same fate as well? Let's see if we can pick it up. As we go to the Helicam and have a look. And oh, he just got on the brakes there because it was the GT4. So they did talk about that in the chat earlier on, pre-race, around drivers in the GT3s not getting too close to the GT4s going through Eau Rouge, because it wasn't necessarily going to suck them through up the draft there. So just a little bit of patience required. And yet getting on the brakes there just upset the car a little bit too much. So having a look at Skinny Luke, he's P20. Kappa and Oliver, they get into a skirmish. So that was just near campus. Let's see if we can go back. Oh, that's the way they're facing. Oh dear. So there's synchronization there and the return to track as well between the two. Go back to live pictures. They're down there in 10th and 11th. Got a nice little group going on here between Panzer, Phillips and Luke. Whoa. So many cars. This is... Spinazzi would be up there in terms of Porsche Cup. Say Ethan Cale as well. Try and figure this out. So have a look at this, man. Wow, they've got contact. That is, who was that? Panzer involved in it. Yeah, I think Muddle as well. Yeah, he got caught up in that too. So he's dropping down. That's someone ducking into the pits there. Phillips has been able to make out pretty well there. Trainer's dropped all the way down into P10, so he must have had an issue that we've missed. He's just been able to recover past Patrick Oliver. This is back to Skinny Luke and Phillips. He's in 17th and 18th. Oh, looks like Cale has had a moment as well. That's at La Source. So I've got a feeling he might have been the Porsche Porsche Cup leader, but I think Ashton Reynolds is looking like that to me. And then John Zoo's a GT3, then Ethan Cale, yeah, then Spinazzi. So that's your top 3 in terms of the Porsche Cup. And then more. Oh no, this is chaos. Oh, Greg Brock has been caught up in it as well. So his race has gone from bad to worse. Got caught up early in that action. Just trying to see. Yeah, he's just going to limp it around now. How much damage has been done to that? Number 44. Oh, very unfortunate for him. Oh, that doesn't look enjoyable. He's already spent a fair amount of time in the pits. You can see the aftermath of it there, and that is a very ill-handling Audi, unfortunately for him. So he will have to limp that home to the pits, and I have no doubt he will continue on as well. So, look at that. It's in a lot of work to get this race up, so unfortunate for him. Back in the top 10, Jacob Traynor continuing to make a bit of headway. Still Bakita. She has a whopping 24-second lead over Bab. It's Tonkin, Begg, Rowe, Crossland, Taylor, Venter, Kappa. And I believe that it is Reynolds leading the Porsche Cup from Zoo and from Ethan Cale as well. And then in terms of GT4, I think Chris Cooley down there in P50, the 999 Maserati. It was Cooley, Peage and Maloney. There you go, is the top 3 in the GT4 class. So some cars coming into the pits there as well. Go back to Cooley. And then Brock continues to limp it home. He's being overtaken right now. Stevens in the pits as well. And in terms of action within the top 10, this is Venter, Kappa and Traynor, 8th, 9th, 10th. As mentioned, Bakita continues to lead the way. Almost 24-second gap between her and second place belonging to Bab. As we've gone over 40 minutes. Can we have a look at S. Robbins? Alright, S. Robbins. What's happened? Oh no, that's another one at the top of Radion. Louis van de Venter, the South African. Brock has... that's awkward. He's trying to limp that 44 Audi home, and unfortunate for him. Alright, so Barry and Van de Venter. Yeah, he's limping that around as well. Oh, I was looking for... Here we go. S. Robbins. Let me just get to a bit of action here first while I find S. Robbins. That's Macaulay. Oh, Stevens as well. Oh, no, that's another one at the top of Radion. He's P46. Oh, that's really... how's he gotten in there? That is... Oh, man, that is awkward as... That's at the pit. That's at the top of the pit exit. So he doesn't want to reverse, because if he reverses out, he will be disqualified. So he's going to have to right hand down it. Oh, he's given up. Yep, I don't blame him there. And are we under safety car conditions again? I think we might be. Yeah, I think that would have been what triggered it. Yeah, so he couldn't reverse out of there, because if he reversed out of there, yeah, it would have been disqualifying for driving backwards. I've got to get to Thingo. Car 666 in 15th. Alright. Oh, there we go. Shane Robbins, Wolfpack Racing, P15. He has made up a whopping 22 positions So he started P37, currently sitting in P15 right now. His last lap time was a 2 minute 21.450. His best time is a 2 minute 20.512. So Shane Robbins for Wolfpack Racing, the 666 BMW. He's sitting in 15th position, made up a whopping 22 spots. The car behind him, Bushel, has made up 24. So we've had some big rises and fallers. What's happening here with Paddy Oliver? Yeah, so this is under safety car conditions, and will give us a chance to just get a breath again. It's been hectic first 44 minutes. Hayes plays. Let's go Shano. Azro 5. If there's anyone else that you want me to put the camera on, just let me know. I'll try and get you across everyone. There's a few cars here taking the opportunity to make a pit stop. That's Moyen. Louis van der Ven. Oh, that's so brutal, man. He's struggling to just get it around that corner there. That's a lot of damage for him. So he's struggling to bring that back. That's Greg Brock. He's unfortunately already spent a lot of time in the pits already today, more than he definitely would have liked. This is Stevens, who was the one who triggered the safety car and got spun around in that in the pit lane, at the top of the pit lane, and got essentially trapped without a way out. Taylor, Venter. So plenty of action in the pits. It gives us a chance just to breathe a little bit. But I believe this man here, Zoo, or is it Reynolds? Just trying to get in front of that car. Yeah, I think it's Reynolds who's leading the Porsche Cup. Then Zoo. Then Kale Spinazzi. And I wonder if it's Pickford. It is. In terms of GT4, my man Rusty had that out there as well. Special shout out to Beg. I raced in a rookies league with him earlier this year, and he's improved so much. He's running top 5. Incredible effort. So I think, are we back racing? No, we're not. Those guys are just making up some time right now. Who else? Wow, I'm so glad I pulled out of this race. No way I could do this. Well done to everyone. That's from Joe Grimmer. Can we see Rowe, please? Yes, you can. Gunther Rowe, Rainlight Racing, currently sitting in P5. His best lap of the race is a 2 minute 18.707. He started in 7th position, currently sitting in P5. So, there you go. Gunther Rowe, top 5 right now. The man behind him, Crossland, he started in P6. And he's currently in P6 right now. This is going to be a very interesting restart, because we're going to have a mix of... There's a GT4 in there. And the GT4s can be identified by the blue marker. We're under safety car conditions. The green marker is for Porsche Cup cars, and the grey is for GT3. And here we go. We're back racing by the looks of things. This is Tonkin. And, he's coming into the pits as well. So he's missed that opportunity to do that under safety car conditions. Here's Robbins, the man we asked for earlier. He's back underway, coming through the bus stop. And getting this one back underway again. Moss has already been in the wars already today. And he finds himself facing the wrong way. And that's once again a very awkward position. He finds himself in P26 for the Aston Martin. And he's back underway again. Pickford. He's got Tompkins has gone into the pits. This is one of the Porsche Cup drivers. Yeah, Paquita has gone. Yes, she has, Rusty. Indeed, she's flying. Oh, have a look at this. This is Kappa and Venter at the end of the Kemmel Straight, up through Lacombe, and it's on behind them as well. Look at this. This is great stuff. So great stuff. It's bunched up the field again, and there was that GT4, the red Chevy, in there. I'm just not too sure exactly who that is, but they're going to come under serious fire. A hard-charging GT3 pack behind him. This is Skinny Luke. He's just hanging in there, isn't he, Skinny Luke? P12 right now. And this is Tony French. This is Chris Bosick. So the field is all mixed up once again. Oh, what's happened to Schneider? That's out of Bruxelles. Is he just letting some faster? No, that's a GT3. Paddy Oliver, that's a Ferrari getting on the grass there. I think that was Taylor. It was Taylor. He runs a little bit wide. Pouon, that's Moss coming through. He's having quite the eventful lap. Here's Crossland. This is Rowe, Crossland and Kappa. This is for 5th, 6th and 7th, I do believe. Or 4th, 5th and 6th, sorry. My mistake. That's Rowe, just up ahead of them. Looking back from the McLaren. So McLaren's occupy 7 of the top 8 positions. Second is Bab, the sole Ferrari, in the top 10 with a Porsche and a BMW occupying the remaining positions in 9th and 10th there. Bosick, has he gone around at La Source? No, at the bus stop. Oh, that's really awkward, facing the wrong way as well. So we saw Moss in a very similar precarious position, and he's going to get going again. He doesn't want to spin it around. No, he gets going again. So Bosick in the 55 Koala Racing Lamborghini gets going once more. Kay gets the move done on Huddy, who's one of the Porsche Cup drivers. Having a look a little bit further up. So I think this is for the Porsche Cup lead right now. Was it? No. So Zoo's managed to get past. Reynolds just dropped a spot to Baller in the Mercedes. It's so hard to keep track of everyone right now. They're all mixed up too, so the fun's kind of disappeared a little bit. This is just difficult now. That's Trainer running wide at Pouon. Try and get an idea. I think it's still Cooley. Leading the GT4s. That's Jacob Trainer. Hit the wall there, so who started from the second row of the grid in P3 finds himself in P9 and clattering into walls. That's not like Jacob Trainer. And we're still not even past the 1 hour mark yet, so it's still a long way to go in this one. Zoo and Green, a little three-way battle going on right now. And I believe Zoo is the Porsche Cup leader right now. That was second, 16 seconds behind Paquita in 2 laps. Yeah, well, she was like a second and a half quicker in qualifying. Yeah, she's flying right now. Last lap around did a 2:17.160. Here's Crossland. She had a 24-second gap, and the safety car got kicked off. Crossland that we're watching. He's in P5. Pratt and Pickford. Have a look at this. That was in there as well. I'm trying to get to it. Where are you, Ing? Yeah, Lucas Keys involved in that as well. These guys aren't going to see what's happening up ahead. Macaulay. No, Ing. So, who is that? Is that? No, are we under safety car conditions again? I think we are. Yep. That was precarious. Alright, we are back under safety car. It's Lucky Andrews down in 60th position. 67 runners. Alright. We shouldn't take too long to clear though. Nikita's just coming through Puon. So, it's the front of the field. So the gap that she did have has evaporated now. That is due to the safety car. Now this will give us a good chance. So these guys are still going flat stick. This is through campus. Oh, that BMW is not looking good. I think that belongs to Jackson Myers. It does. So he's had heavy contact with someone or something. We've seen plenty of drivers already making mistakes up through Radion. So Reynolds, that's a cup car. And I think Zhu is not in a cup car. So we're back underway here. I don't get a signal or anything, so it's hard to kind of tell. Nah, we're not. Alright, so it's still yellow. So I think Reynolds is our cup car leader, Porsche Cup leader, with Ethan Cale and Spinazzi. That's your top three of the cup cars. Safety car number 4, if we're keeping count out there. Yeah, I think it is. It's, you're all over it, Rusty Shackelford. Smashing it right now. A few cars are taking the opportunity to make a pit stop. Muddle, Norman, Berry in there for Burger Racing. Moss, Burger is in Hamburger. Harrison Baller. Oh, that car looks very difficult to keep straight right now. Green, Crossland is in there. Tony French, Rowe, Gunther Rowe. It's so hard to work out even strategy right now. Bushel in there too. So under safety car conditions, taking that opportunity to make a stop. Norman, he's all finished. Aman racing with TF Sport. I don't think I've seen Mark Norman this evening. Good to get him on there. Johnson, Van de Venter, Andrews, Harrod, Cole in there too. So we have 67 right now remaining in this race. We're under safety car conditions. Philippa Bakita is leading this one. She did a 2:15.545 in qualifying. Her best lap, 2:16.980. So she has that pace. And then GT4. Pretty sure it's this man leading the way. Cooley, Page behind him. And then Maloney in P3. I agree, Rusty. It is a free stop under safety car conditions. And we're almost at the 1 hour mark. So and to celebrate that, I'm going to go grab another beer. I'll be back. Back. So let's see biggest rises, biggest fallers while we're under safety car conditions. Spinazzi 32 spots. Obviously, pit stops and all that sort of stuff we're going to shake out as well. 32 spots. Spinazzi. I think I've only commentated on one other race from this guy, and I think now is he? He's up there in Thingo, in the Watkins Glen, 4 hours. Spinazzi. Second. Question, what is going on? Is GT3 allowed to pass GT4 or do we stay behind? Pass when safe. Yeah, so a bit of chat asking about identification of a safety car. I think it's all things that you work it out. Oh, who was that going around? That was a McLaren. Oh, can't even see who that was. So we got some stragglers. 450, car 15. Got some GT4s, car 78 as well. That's Cole. He was the cork in the bottle earlier after the last safety car restart. So it's just coming through Puon now. And then car 15. That's Pratt. He's got a car just up ahead of him. That's the yellow GT4. Car 77. I think so. AND. Yeah, anyway, I don't know this field well enough to know who that is off the top of my head. Now, oh, hang on. Here we go. I've got it. So, Ashlyn Reynolds is lead. Ah, yes, here we go. Ashlyn Reynolds is leading the Cup cars. Ethan Cale and Spinazzi. And then for GT4... it's Chris Cooley, Page, and Maloney. Alright, I've just found it on my timing screen. Beautiful. How good is that? For the next 2 hours, we're going to be very, very well informed. Rusty Shackelford, how's my boy Carson doing in 778? He was involved in the lap 1 front. 778. Carson. Man, I need to like a control Y. 778. Ah! Sorry, everyone. I'm just trying to find it. Can't see him. Maybe we've lost him. I can't see a car 778. Carson. I remember calling it. Carson. No. I think we might have lost Carson. From all accounts, I think we might have. Alright, are we back? Are we back under racing? I think we are. Bakita. She's going. According to her, we're racing, so I'm going to go with that. This is Bab and Beg. Wrong camera, sorry, my mistake. Oh, that's not a BMW. That's a BMW out of position. That is not for position right now. That's a lapped car. It is a GT3. Listen to that McLaren on the down. Oh no, that was a Porsche in front of it. So lots of cars out of position right now. This is going to be very interesting. 666. That's Robbins. That is for position. Hignett as well. I don't want to confuse anyone. You can also see in the bottom right hand corner of this screen the position in the red tab on there. Have a look at that. Chasing pack. they head up through Eau Rouge, up through Radion. Oh, we got... Oh, that's Oliver! That's a great save from Patrick Oliver. Oh, Carson, he has loaded it. Commiserations, unfortunate for you. But thanks for confirming. So, Patrick Oliver taking a spot away from the Spider-Man number 12 entry. Sorry, the number 115. He's in P12, my mistake. Plenty of action going on. I've said that about 1,000 times so far already. It's finally past the 1 hour mark. That 1 hour, despite the amount of action we saw, man, it was a little bit exhausting. But I will be able to give you much more definitive Porsche Cup and GT4 cars as well. So that's the good news. This is Scalina. He is in P5 right now. Action up ahead. That was a GT4, or that was a Porsche Cup, sorry, entry. Have a look at him behind. That's Robbins. This is all for position, everyone, so I don't want to confuse anybody. Going through Pill 1 now. Alright. All's well that ends well. Keita's gapped him already as well. 5 seconds, the difference between her and Bab. Beggs 3.6 seconds behind him. Venter, Scaluna. Sorry if I have pronounced that incorrectly. Robbins, Hignett, Zoo is in there as well. Ooh, the rear of that Porsche not looking tidy right now. Rusty, I'm definitely driving in the next one of these. Looks like a lot of fun. Looks like that start was pretty intense. 1, 2, 3. That's Trainer again. So that's just out of Stavolo. No, it's not out of Stavolo. That's at Thingo. That's 889 at Stavolo. That's Muddle. Oh no, he is facing the wrong way. Just trying to get a bead on that. Oh, yep, there we go. That's the way he should be facing. Oh no, he's spun it around. That is like one of the most defeating feelings that you can have. And he's teleported back to the pits, and you know what? I don't blame you for that. Here's Schneider though. Oh, that was a Porsche going into the wall hard. That was Finton. So that was out of Bruzel's into turn 11, no name. And he's going to have to get going again. Oh, that was a big hit too, into the wall. He slammed into the wall. Back at the front of the field though. It's the Porsche of Zoo. I hope that's how I pronounce it. My apologies if it isn't. So, between 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, it is super tight right now. That's Ventus, Scaluna, Robbins, Hignett, Zoo and Myers. No, just Zoo, not Myers in there. Paddy Oliver is 2/10 off Myers in the BMW, number 95. We're on board with Zoo. Gets the move done up the inside, takes the position away from Hignett. And then Paddy Oliver made the move as well on the way through. Oh, Blanchimont. And able to hold on to that position. Here's Simon in the Brad Cook muddled it up. I didn't want to go there, but I'm glad that you did. Alright, who else have we got? We've got Curran, Liam Curran in 19th position right now. Venter in there and Pickford. This is a Porsche Cup car, Pickford. Is it, or a GT4? That's a Porsche Cup. out. That is the very wounded Porsche. That belonged... I saw him make that hit the wall at turn 10.5, basically. Michael Pickford continues on. Back to Scaluna at the front of the field. P4 and P5. Venter in the McLaren. Just up ahead of him. The gap between Bakita and Bab, 8.5 seconds already after the restart. Begg is 5 seconds behind Bab. And then Venter in there as well. Kale has got right onto the back of Reynolds, the class lead. Ethan Kale. Oh yeah, so he's in the Porsche Cup. Man, there's so many cars. It's so hard. Here's Gunther Rowe. Someone was looking for him before. E21. Get back to the Cup cars. Cup. Here we go. Ashland Reynolds. There we go. Ashland Reynolds and Ethan Kale. Right now, this is for the class lead in Porsche Cup. That's a Ferrari of Chris Taylor in between the two. Ethan Kale is certainly a classy driver. Very speedy Ethan Kale. Number 52, Kale Motorsport entry. So Chris Taylor sort of just the cork in the bottle right now. Good little battle for Porsche Cup. And then GT4. It's still Chris Cooley leading the way from Tom Maloney and Christian Wells. Then Lucas Keys, Johnny Eaton in there as well. Carl Johnson in the pits. But I'm no longer guessing. I can tell you accurate information now, so I found it on my timing screen. As Taylor gets through. And now that's the view between Reynolds and Kale. And Hignet as well on the back of Robbins up ahead. Alright, this is starting to shape up a little bit better now. Starting to get a bit more of an idea of the race. Kappa and Pigford. That's a Cup car versus a McLaren. The McLaren moves its way through into P21. Pratt and Bab. Bab's run up pretty high in the field this evening. That Mercedes, the GT4. Who does that belong to? I think it's either Wells or Keys. Oh yeah, it's Keys. So he's had contact with the wall somewhere. That was big damage to Keys, Lucas Keys. This is Ing. We've seen him. He's had a tough time of it as well. We're down to 62. We started with 71. Down to 62. Feels like it's a little bit more of a manageable race to call now. Because it was crazy at the beginning. This is Venter moving up the inside of Curran, sorry. He's a feisty competitor, Curran. Oh, they make a little bit of contact. Curran wins out, and that's Rowe now. It'll be all over the back of Venter. Going to have to go defensive. Goes down the inside. And Gunther Rowe takes that position away. Oh no, Scalina, what happened? That's at Lacombe. Let's see if we can catch what happened. Oh no, by himself. Oh, just that. Oh no. Oh, is that some sort of failure? Like a equipment failure? It looked like it. Man, he's still stuck there. So, the No Practice Enterprises Porsche is not going anywhere, unfortunately. Oh, now he's going. That looked like equipment failure to me. So, unfortunately for him. Alright, he's Hignett. He's in 6th position. So Scalina dropped 3 spots then. Oh, Harrison Balla. Rainlight Racing, number 24 entry. Hour and 15. Not far away from the halfway mark. This is Hignett and Robbins. They don't care about that. Oh, side by side through Blanchimont. How good is that? Great stuff from these two. Now that Ferrari, that's not for position. That's a lapped car, as far as I can tell. John Grimmer liking Rowe's progress right now. Oh, yeah. So they're going to go side by side again here. This is Hignett and Robbins. And Hignett. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Gets it done. Nice work from him. Up through Radion. And I wonder what is going through some of these drivers' minds, because it's been a pretty intense hour and 15 minutes. We've had a couple of sort of breaks as well in terms of the safety car. It's 8:08 Eastern Standard Time, so it's not too late. It has been a weekend, so hopefully you've been able to relax. So fatigue, not really going to be much of an issue, you would think. This is Rowe, Gunther Rowe. That's a Cup car behind him. And Spinazzi and Curran swapping positions. So Spinazzi in the Cup car, Curran in the GT3. An update on the Cup positions. So Ashland Reynolds is still leading. And Matthew Spinazzi, he's in P2 right now. What's happened to Thinis Venter? Oh no! That's huge. See if we can pick it up here. Oh, he's already facing the wrong way. My apologies for that, everyone. So he's getting going again. Didn't pick that up earlier. Oh, that's a lot of damage there. Everyone's managed to get through. So good work from them. And he's back in the pits now. So Jackson Myers is making his way into the pits as well as Bozic and Reynolds. Reynolds is a Cup car. And he's got Kale just behind him as well. So they're battling it out for the Cup car lead. Porsche Cup, that is. There is only one set of prize money for the Porsche Cup. $75 to the winner. Bakita is in the pits. There she is. Begg making his way in the pits too. Venter is in there too. So our race leader, Philippa Bakita. Look at how clean that car is. Untouched. Away she goes. She's all done. So now, where is she going to enter? She is... I don't know if there'd be too much traffic for her either. So... let's see if I can just... no, wrong one. There we go. So she's the red dot. So she'll have plenty of traffic up ahead to deal with. Oh, Scuzzy. Wheel died while running in fourth. Devastated. Oh, that is horrible, horrible luck. Condolences to you, Scuzzy, who was running in P4 when his wheel died. That is brutal. It's an unfortunate part of sim racing. This is Rowe and Phillips going at it. Gunther Rowe, he's on it. He's got some support in the chat as well. flinging that Ferrari through down at the end of Lacombe into Bruxelles, the right-hander. Be nice and patient through here. We've got to flick it left into No Name. Run a little bit wide through there. And then down through one of the best parts of the track, I think. The double left-hander of Pouon. Oh, Daniel Scalina. Sorry, Scuzzy. My bad. My bad. So Daniel Scalina was running in P4, and he has unfortunately had some equipment failure. So, yeah, once again, unfortunate for you, Daniel Scalina. My apologies. I've lost a few as well. So, we've lost 11 cars, down to 60. It's been pretty wild and intense at times. We've got a nice little battle group going on right here. That's Ethan Cale as well in the Cup car. So I'm sure he'll be doing his best just to let these guys through. Oh, there's another GT4 in there as well. This is making it very adventurous. Oh, look, there's a Ferrari off in the background as well. I was more just laughing at that picture of what was going on, not at their misfortune. There's Liam Curran. Called a few of his races. There's a Slipstream International team he usually races under. What position is T Venter in? T Venter. Oh, hang on. What's happening here? This is at the bus stop. T Venton. I'll just get back to that battle that was going on. Let me... Oh, Ethan Cale and Rowe. Sorry, I'm skipping around everywhere right now. I will find out for you in a moment for Venter and his position. This is Curran. So Venter. He's in P30 right now. He's 7.9 seconds behind Begg in 28. Oh, Convoy's in the pits now, actually, in between them. Oh, has something happened to Begg? Oh, Begg, he's lost it at, that's at La Source. So that means Venter, will he go through? He does. Yep, there we go, he takes position. So if you ask, you shall receive. There you go. Oh, 130R Mitch, net code. Yep. Cool, got it. As 130R Mitch, if you can let us know your real name or just give us the initials net code. But we did see that incident. I can't remember which driver. This is Bakita, so she's just picking her way through lap traffic. After that pit stop, she's come out in P22. So she was leading the race, but she will no doubt start to move her way up through the field. In the meantime, though, Gunther Rowe is on a real charge right now. This dude is picking off cars left, right and centre. He's in 8th position. He's 5.4 seconds behind Chris Bosick. He's just overtaken Reynolds, one of the Cup cars as well. He's got Liam Curran in behind him. And then Phillips and Ethan Cale, the other Cup car runner, in the top 3. They are chasing Reynolds right now, the 228. They're running 9th and 12th outright at this stage of the race. And, oh, Greg Brock. Oh, man, he has not had a good time. Drive-through penalty for track limits. Car number 24. It's a drive-through penalty, and Greg Brock. Well, the one saving grace there is that it was close to the pit lane, so he doesn't have to go through a full lap under those conditions. Oh, Barla, sorry. Yeah, Barla 22. Gotcha. 130R Mitch here. Got collected at the start of pit, fixed the damage after like 30 minutes, and then sent it. LOL. Fair call. Fair enough. Alright, who are we watching now? This is Begg and Venter. Alright, so Venter just took this position recently. And now Venter furiously defending. Let's keep it on here because some people asked for this. Oh, hang on. And yeah, Banks just slipped through. So almost like an optical illusion there. Anyway, so Benta just drops that spot back. Bala in the pits. That's Harrison Bala. Jared Ing for ING Racing. He's got Paul Huddy behind him. Who's that in front of him? That is one of the Cup cars. Hard to get a read on that. Bala's got a drive-through penalty that he was serving, so that might have been issued by the stewards. Doing a fantastic job as well. Tonkin and Pickford right now, they swap spots. In terms of who's leading this race, it's John Zhu, so he is a Porsche GT3. Patrick Oliver, Hignet. It's tough. Oh, man, who is that? He just gets in tricky spots, doesn't he? That red Camaro. Cole? It is, yeah. It's tough being a GT4 car out there right now. He's got a whole bunch. He's got a Porsche, a couple of Cup cars, and the GT3 Aston Martin. He's doing his absolute best, Mitchell Cole. There we go, lets him clear. Nice work. Like I said, it's hard. It's hard work being lapped. Or when you've got faster cars coming up behind you. Not being lapped, when you've got faster cars coming up behind you. It's challenging. Oh, that's Kappa. Just letting the back end of that McLaren slide out. Not far away from the halfway mark of this one. Rusty, great effort to keep up with. I'm trying, man. I'm trying my best here. This is a little bit more manageable now. It's not as full-on craziness as it was earlier on. I honestly had no idea what I was doing. So this is Kappa and Reynolds. Now Kappa is a Cup car. It is. No. Reynolds, sorry. Reynolds is chasing him down, sorry. And no, Reynolds is the Cup car. There you go. And that Honda of Simon Phillips, this is all for position as well. So Reynolds in the white Porsche, he's the Cup car. Kappa goes through, and I dare say Phillips will find his way through very surely. And that was Ethan Cale that we saw in the background. So he's second in the Cup cars, and Spinazzi is in P3 for the Porsche Cup cars. GT4, I will get a read on that very, very shortly as we just watch this play out. Phillips going through. Alright, and Zhu, was he our race leader? He was. He's in the pits now. That is a GT3 Porsche. Crossland and Spinazzi. So Crossland, that's a GT3 versus Cup car, so that's why he's made the pass. That was Moss in the background. Yeah, Kurt Moss. Mossy Motorsport, number 823 entry. So he's got Spinazzi just up ahead of him, who once again is one of the Cup cars. Give you a quick GT4 update. So GT4, Chris Cooley is still leading GT4 from JP Page, Tom Maloney, Christian Wells, and Lucas Keys. So the top 5 are positioned outright 42 to 46. No, I've told a lie. Mark Stevens must have just got past Lucas Keys there. Yeah, Paquita came into the pits. So, to answer your question there, Rusty. So she came in the pits. She came out in P22nd, I think. I'll get to her in a moment. Yep, so she's just overtaken Spinazzi. So I think because we've had safety cars and the pit stops are all sort of all over the place right now, She's lapping in the 2:18s. 2:18.2 was her last lap. She did pit. No, she definitely pitted. I saw her pit before. Total time travelled through the pit lane 1:50 total. She pitted about 10 minutes ago. So drivers that are on really long stints. Hignet, Simon S, Spider-Man entry, the 115. So that's at 1:23. So these guys should be pitting not too far away. Schneider, Bozic, Reynolds, Kale. That's a good battle between Reynolds and Kale for the Porsche Cup lead. Who else? Spinazzi as well. So those guys are all on same pit strategies at this stage. Pratt. So she's fine right now. Philippa Bakita. She's got plenty of drivers up ahead of her that will need to pit in the not too distant future. As we're watching Simon S make his way past one of the GT4 Camaro as he gets that job done. Nice work from him. Back in the meantime though, Chris Bozic and Liam Curran, they're in 7th and 8th right now. Curran 7th, Bozic 8th. Half a second the difference. Did I end up giving a update on the GT4? I did, yes. Alright, so I feel like we're up to date right now. I think I've got a good grip on this race. And hopefully we'll keep it that way. Yeah, I'm not too rusty. I'm not too sure on terms of stint times so far as we're having a look at Skinny Luke. He's got Ethan Kale in the Porsche car just up ahead of him. So he's able to just move past there. And then we've got a nice little battle going on here. So Kale, Bushell, Crossland and Bakita. There we go. So she would be our de facto race leader. She's only pitted once too, so that was 10 minutes ago. She's right on track here. She's got Crossland in front of her. Now, this is all for positions. There's a couple of GT3 drivers going at it. That's Bushell and Kale. So Kale's the Cup car. Drive through cleared for car 299. Philippa Bakita would be quite an intimidating driver to have. Oh, look at that. That's quite nice. 2 for 1 there. That would be quite intimidating. She gets the job done there. Now, Bozic is in the pits. And that's Bushell just up ahead in the Mercedes. And last lap around from Bakita at 2:20.535. The previous lap before that was in the 18th, so held up with a little bit of traffic. You can see her having to lift through Eau Rouge up through Radion. Now, oh, that was lucky. Oh, that could have been really bad. That was good evasive driving from Bakita. She loses a couple of spots in the meantime. They went 3 wide there for a moment. And that could have been very, very, very bad for Bakita. So a little bit of some excellent evasive driving there as Ethan Kale is the next car on the list. The Cup car entry. So he's sitting in second right now in the Porsche Cup car. When you pit, it's vital. It's very easy to lose time in traffic in these big field races. Yeah, I agree. She came out P22nd, so she had a little bit of work to do. And that's Moss. This is for position. A couple of GT3s. Ethan Kale taking evasive action. Have a look at the size of the Porsche Cup car versus the big Aston Martin. Massive difference between those two. And Moss, he's up in 15th position. Higner, one of our race leaders, he's coming into the pits. So is Simon S. Yes, about 90 minutes seems to be the maximum stint you can do in these cars. Really stretching it out. So that means this car on the screen, Nikita, is in a very good position. Oh, it's a GT4 Mercedes. That's Ing up the road as well. That's not, he's out of position. Moss and Bushel. Oh no, crossland. So he's just spun out of the bus stop. Nikita would have continued on through, as would have everyone else. Oh no, he's gone around again. Oh, that's a nice recovery. Got that on the stream. That looked very nice. So he gets style points for that. Now Jacob Trainer, when did he pit? 27 minutes ago. So P30 right now for him. He has fallen 27 positions. So he's not had a good time of it, Jacob Trainer. Ferraris are really good on fuel consumption. Yeah, well there's bloody enough of them. I wonder what the McLarens are like. This is Moss as well. A couple of other drivers. So Higner and Simon S is still in the pits, the Spider-Man entry. Tom Maloney's in there, as is Greg Brock. He spent more time in the pits than he would like to admit. Unfortunately for him, he's not had a great race. Down there in 57th. He's the man who's been the driving force behind putting all of this together. And definitely has not got his just rewards. That is, yeah, he's had a dirty race, unfortunately for him. As Begg moves past Pickford, so he claims back 19th position. Drive-through cleared for car number 44. And then Venter, a somewhat fan favourite. Darko Venter, Rainlight Racing, the number 714 entry. He's got Pratt just up ahead of him as they go through Pulon. And this race feels a lot more in control now. We've got a good rhythm. We've lost 22 cars. No, 12 cars. 12 cars, not 22. Getting ahead of myself there. Made it a little bit more manageable. 7:45 in game time. So sun starting to set. Track temperature has dropped down to 17 degrees. Matches the air temperature of 17 degrees. Still at optimum. A little bit of wind. No weather expected. Rain was set to 0. Cloud was set to 30% and temperature was set to 18. So it is a track that can become relatively slippery in the cooler conditions, as can most tracks, to be fair. Darker conditions towards the end of this one. This is Bakita all over the back of Reynolds, one of the Cup car entries. I do believe he's leading the Cup car field right now. She goes down the inside of turn 10, Bruzel's. She takes that spot away from Reynolds, so she moves up into P8. Continues her charge up through the field after pitting and coming out in P22. Liam Curran. He's currently 51 minutes into his stint. He's got Rowe just up ahead of him. Gunther Rowe's been on an absolute charge. Now, Gunther Rowe, what times has he been doing? 2:19.9 was his last lap around. Curran did a 2:20.7. So, yeah, Stu Barkley, even Nick, what an awesome size grid. Incredibly It's just unbelievable, Stu. We had 71 cars at the beginning of this race. It was intense. It was quite the sight to behold. Very, very impressive. Schneider in the pits. So we're watching Curran and Rowe. That last lap around, Rowe did a 2:20.497, a second slower than Curran. As mentioned, seen Liam Curran race a few times. And yeah, quite a smooth operator. Who else do we have through there? This is Reynolds. So he's our Cup car leader. I will do another update very, very shortly. And then you got Green behind here, behind Kale as well, who's second for the Porsche Cup cars. I just feel like I've talked a lot about Cup cars, not GT4s. So Ashland Reynolds continues to lead. Now he's at 1 hour and 38 minutes. He's on identical stint as Ethan Kale and Matthew Spinazzi. So those two will pit again, and that I do believe will be their last stop of the race. So we're over the halfway mark now. And we're watching Jake Green for Pub Boys in the 112 BMW entry. Doing his thing right now. He's just sitting behind Ethan Kale, one of the Cup car leaders. So as mentioned plenty of the Cup cars. Ashland Reynolds, Ethan Kale, and Matthew Spinazzi. Sorry, I keep on calling him Michael. So they're P1, P2, P3, all on identical stints. So that's going to be a flat-out race between those three for the Cup cars. It's $75 to the winner now of the Cup car race. What's happened to Stig Schneider? He's just had a little bit of an excursion there at up the top of Radion. Oh man, I'm going to get back to... we'll stick with Philip with Nikita. She's 3/10 behind Phillips, the sole Honda in the field. And now I will just get to GT4 because I keep on feeling like I'm neglecting them. Not on purpose. So, GT4, Christian Wells leads the way. Now he is at 1 hour and 40 minutes. So in P2 is Chris Cooley in the Maserati. So he will overtake Wells once he completes his stop. Now Page, JP Page, he is currently in second in the GT4 class. He is on 8 minutes. So they could possibly go through to the end of the race. Those two. Safety cars might play a part in the end of this one. We've had 4 already. Will we have 5? We'll wait and see. Tom Maloney, he's on a very similar stint as well. He's only just started 5.5 minutes ago. He's in P3. 4th is Johnny Eaton. And then 5th is Matthew Herod. Now, it does go down to the GT4. It's only 1st and 2nd. So it's $100 for 1st, $60 for 2nd in the GT4s. $75 to the Porsche winner. And then for GT3 it's $190, $120 for 2nd, $80 for 3rd, $50 for 4th, 5th for 30. I'm sure they would all do it for free, as they would do most of the time, but it's great to see that we can... Well, not we. This is Greg Brock and AAES who've implemented all of that. I've had nothing to do with it. They're the ones all behind it who've implemented that. And Greg Brock has also kicked in some of his money, his own money as well, to even it all out too. So yeah, I'd like to just reiterate, I've had nothing to do with the money part of it. That's all Greg Brock. All the credit goes to him and his team. So this is Moss and Bushell, Moss and Reynolds, sorry. Sun starting to set. Make for some very, very pretty pictures. It's Reynolds there, so he's just going to have to sort himself out. That's Cole, I believe, in the red Chevrolet. So Moss chasing down Reynolds now, Cup car leader. Much more manageable field than 59 cars. And the speed difference there on full display is the Aston Martin, the bright yellow Aston Martin. He's had a couple of little excursions, Kurt Moss, but overall, he's holding his own. 46 minutes into his stint. So, I don't think he'll be able to go all of the way to the end without pitting again. I'm sure he'll give it a go, though. This is Zoo. So, he's 4/10 behind Venter, though, who is in a GT3. So, this overtake would have probably just happened recently. And then Hind and Simon. So, Connor Hind, he will definitely be in contention for a podium position. So, Simon just pitted 9 minutes ago. And Hind is an hour and 10 minutes into his stint. So, he's going to have to pit again, Hind, to make it to the end with an hour and 16 remaining. It's going to be interesting. Interesting to see. Yeah, we're settled into a nice rhythm now. Oh no, Zoo. Okay, he's okay. He's all good. That's a GT3 car. It is, yep. Just making sure. They've got Bab as well. Bakita is just slowly working her way through the field. 3.3 seconds behind Kappa right now in 5th and 6th, those two. So she's just working her way slowly back to the front of the field, lapping at a 2:17.2. Definitely the fastest lap on that last trip around. She also owns the fastest lap of the day. 2:16.945 was a 2:15.5 was her qualifying time. So absolutely rapid from the number 89 McLaren around Spa. We're continuing to watch Bab and Tonkin duke it out, and that's green in the background, so this is all four position. In terms of stints, they're all pretty they look similar. So Tonkin 56 minutes in, Bab 35, green 49. All will need to pit again. There's no minimum pit requirements either in this race. So it's all a bit of just a free-for-all, basically. There's no restrictions in terms of pits. 17 degrees air, 17 degrees track, still at optimum. I feel like we're in a really, really nice position here. Some drivers that I do believe will need to pit again. Oliver, Taylor, probably Rowe, Curran, Kappa, Bakita, yeah, will, but no, will she? Yeah, she will. I think there's going to be at least one more round of stops to come. Schneider might be able to sneak it home. He's in 7th, car number 19. Just getting back underway there. Who else? Reynolds has made his stop, so he won't need a pit. And Ethan Cale, my apologies for that. I've completely missed that. So Reynolds has pitted, so is Cale. So this is for the Cup cars. So Reynolds leading the way, and then what about Spinazzi's now in the pits. Here we go. This will be really interesting, actually. So Spinazzi in the pits, and as Reynolds goes through, and Ethan Kale making his way through. So it's Reynolds, Kale, Spinazzi, the top three. 5-3 cleared. Car number 36. We do have live stewarding as well. Yeah, so back to those stint times. So Spinazzi, he's out. So the battle for Porsche Cup is between Reynolds, Kale and Spinazzi. They're 29th, 30th, 31st. They're all in the same strategy. It's just going to be a straight out fight between those three for the rest of the race. In terms of GT4, so Cooley is in 46, 47. So Cooley's 11 minutes into his stint. Page is 16 minutes. And Tom Maloney is 13 minutes. Christian Wells is 5 minutes. And then Herod, he will have to pit again, 51 minutes. So first, second, third and fourth for the GT4 are all 46th, 47th, 48th, 49th. That's going to be a straight out fight between those four drivers for P1, 2, 3 and 4. See who can take out the GT4 class, and as mentioned, the top two get prize money. I agree, Rusty. I reckon Reynolds, he's driven an awesome race. I've not commentated on him before, but Ashland Reynolds, man, and perhaps I'm out of the loop with how good this dude is, but man, he has been impressive tonight. Start. Oh, it's Trainer and Schneider. They swap positions down there in 22nd and 23rd. Back to Reynolds. Reynolds last lap around at 23.2. Fastest lap of the race at 22.7. He started in P45. Currently 16 positions up from where he started in P29. So he's had a cracking race. Ethan Kale, he's up 14 spots, and Spinazzi is up 16. So Porsche Cup guys having a great race out there. I'm sure they're having a good time as Skinny Luke comes into the pits to fatten that car up with a big dose of petrol, and he will be the last time he needs to come into the pits for a scheduled stop. This is Kurt Moss. Yeah, so Kurt Moss, he's had a good race as well. Started in 14th, currently sitting in 11th. Ingrid, I was having a great time in this race until I got spun into the wall, repaired the car, and it didn't repair. It kept spinning through Radion. I think that's James Mack. NRG Kid, I believe, for Red Rebel Racing. Have a flick across to Bakita. All over the back of Liam Curran right now. She continues to work her way through the field up into P5 right now. Oh, should I use it like an old Mark Larkin cliche? Buy a ticket to the last hour or whatever it is of the race with their last pit stop. It's a good analogy though. I like Mark Larkin. He was a driver that, he was all in every race. Nikita and Curran though. Nikita gets the job done. No contact made there. There was contact. I spoke too soon. She only glanced the wall as well. Let's just go that. Go on board with Curran. And Bakita just glanced the wall. Just glanced the wall. We go back to live pictures. So we saw Bakita have someone spinning in front of her earlier on. 2 seconds. This is Kappa over the back of Curran. And we've got the field pretty stretched out right now, much more manageable. Oh, Tonkin. What happened, Tonkin? That's at the source. Let's go to the replay. So he's got Moss behind him. Oh, that's Cooley. That's our GT4 leader. Yeah, right. Where are you, Chris Cooley? Huddy's in the pits. There we go, Chris Cooley. So, contact. And does that change our GT4? Let's have a quick look here. Cooley still leading GT4, but that's JP Pige. So these two on the same pitch strategy, and this is for the lead of GT4. So that little incident has opened up the door for Pige as Huddy makes his stop. Rusty, that was a send. It was a little bit. But, you know. Oh, now, who's that? That's the McLaren. That's Page. What are they lapping at? Yeah, let me just get across this. So, 234.1, 234.5. So, Keeley was 4/10 faster on that last lap. And he's just able to pull a bit of a gap. That's a Cup car. That is Pickford, I believe. Yeah, he's making his way through now. Alright, so back to Ethan. Oh, that's not Ethan Kale. Sorry, my mistake. Purely as Pete. So 2.1 seconds now, the difference between those two. Oh, listen to that Maserati on the downshift. Alright, Greg Brock making a little bit of progress here. So he's just overtaken Lucas Keys. That car looks nice and repaired. So hopefully Greg Brock can have an incident-free remaining hour and 4 minutes and see how high up he can climb the tables. Oh no, I think that's a disconnect. Quarantoto. Yeah, I think that's a disconnect. Yeah, it is. That's really bad luck for Quarantoto. He was running 36th or 37th. So unfortunately for him, he's been disconnected. Kappa. Wrong one, sorry, my mistake. There we go. What happened to Crossland? That is at, that's out of turn 10. Oh, he hit the wall somewhere. Let's see. We can pick it up. Yeah, so he's going into Bruzel's. Yeah, he's going around. Ow, ouch. That's a little whack into the wall there for Crossland. And that's a bit of damage there. That's the what's happened to Kappa. Get tangled up with another car in there, I think. Yeah, alright, so he's gonna go into the pits. And now Crossland, what's his stint time? 1 hour. So might be I don't know, he's gonna have to pit anyway again, so be able to do a whole another hour in the one stint as Kappa making his way into the pits. Bakita now has worked her way back up into P3, so she's flying. 2 minutes 19.7 was the last lap. Simon S in the Spider-Man entry, the 115. He's got Hignett just up ahead of him, and Skinny Luke, who has recently just pitted in the Aston Martin, the number 36. Where are you? He's 11 seconds behind, that's why I can't see him. That's my fault, sorry about that. This is for position right now. And Crossland is coming into the pits to repair that damage. So front of the McLaren. Something's like a Pepsi can. Yeah. I didn't think it was that big of a whack as well. I'm with you, Rusty. Very fickle. Fragile. Hang on. Yep. Nice little battle between these three. So Hignett on that last lap at 220.2. Simon S did a 219.5. Difference between lap times. Approaching the completion of the second hour. Myers! That's out of is that out of Stavelo? I think it is. Not Stavelo. Yeah, it is Stavelo. Let's see. Oh, yeah, he just does it by himself. Oh, and he tried to gather it back, and yeah, that is unlucky. But he didn't hit a wall or anything, so that's not too bad. Hopefully the Beamer is made of sterner stuff than the McLaren. Ah, Louis. Gutted I couldn't finish the race tonight. Yes, I feel for you, my man. It's terrible luck to you. My condolences. A lot of time and effort goes into this. I think for most it does. Yeah, you know, like you want to put your best foot forward. You want to finish. You want to have a good race. Not everyone can win, obviously, but still, you want to see it to the end. Well, you can enjoy the remaining of the broadcast. Or if you want to go watch the footy or something, you can do that as well. Hey, if you haven't already, by the way, give the stream a like. Seriously, it's hard to convey how like intense it was at the beginning of this one. The only thing I can really equate it to, if you watch Hignett. Bus up. Yeah, the only thing I can really equate it to was, I don't know, you ever get in that sort of zone where you're so far in it, and then it takes it, it's kind of like, oh no, Reynolds. Here we go. I'm talking about myself when I should be talking about the race. Where's Reynolds? Oh, has he dropped out? I think he has. Kale, Spinazzi. Reynolds is gone. Oh no! Has he gone? I think he has. Yeah. 10 to 58. I think Reynolds is gone. That is brutal, brutal luck. 2 hours into it, and I think he's done. So Kale and Spinazzi, P1 and P2 for the Cup cars, down to 24th and 25th outright, and I cannot see Reynolds on the screen. I think he's out. I think he is out. Yeah. Yeah, that's brutal. So our Cup car leader at the 2 hour mark of a 3 hour race has dropped out. So technical difficulties for him. That is really, really rotten luck. And Reynolds, he was putting such an awesome drive as well. It was shaping up to be a cracking three-way battle at the end of this one. Unfortunately for him, as has happened to a few others already this evening, he's dropped out. As we're watching Philippa Bakita. And this is for the race lead right now. And there you go. So Philippa Bakita back to the race lead. She is 44.5 minutes into her stint. Will she have to pit again? Can she go all the way to the end? I don't think so. I don't think you can do an hour and 44. No way. You have to get pretty lucky with some safety cars in there as well. So she will more than likely have to pit. Also, Eau Rouge crash is kind of bad for me. I think that's generally kind of bad for anyone when you crash through Eau Rouge. So no shame in that, my man. As we continue to watch Simon S and Benjamin Hignett, MRT 471 racing entry, the Ferrari. Last lap around, 2:19.8 to Hignett. Simon did a 2:19.5, so 3/10 faster. Advantage Simon S, the Spider-Man entry. I should do a race update because we're in the final hour of this one. First hour kind of dragged, second hour flew by. Let's see what we do for the third hour, sorry. Simon S getting the move done. Nice work down the inside. Able to pull it up in time at the end of the Camel Straight. All 770 metres of it. And he now occupies P10. Hignett, he's 28, almost 29 minutes into his stint. He could go to the end. He could definitely go to the end. Started 16th, up 5 spots, occupying P11 right now. Nice work from him. What else do we have? Alright, so yeah, race update. Let's go. Cup cars. No, GT3. So, Philippa Bakita leading the way. I should go through the list of the top 5. Chris Taylor, Liam Curran, Michael Babb, Kurt Moss. Kurt Moss, nice work. So in terms of stint timers for the top 5 of GT3, Bakita is at 46.5 minutes. Taylor, an hour and 18. Liam Curran, the same. Michael Babb, 53. Kurt Moss, an hour and 7. So drivers behind them that could possibly go to the end. John Zhu. And definitely Patrick Oliver. He's going all the way to the end. He's only just pitted a couple of minutes ago. Simon S. and Benjamin Hignett as well. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how they manage their race over the next 55 minutes. In terms of Cup cars, Ethan Cale, he will go to the end as well. So he's in P23. He's leading the Cup cars. Matthew Spinazzi, he will also go to the end. He's in P2. So Cale, P23 outright. Spinazzi, P2. He's 25th outright for the Cup cars. Michael Pickford, he will probably be able to go to the end, I believe. So he's in P3 for the Porsche Cup. Then Jamie Conboy and Jonathan Carter, they will go to the end. Conboy, probably not. It'll be touch and go with him. In terms of GT4, so it's Chris Cooley leading the way. He's 28 minutes into his stint. Down there in P43 outright. So he has got JP Page for company in P2 of the GT4 class in 44th outright. So Cooley will definitely go to the end, as I believe he should. And then Tom Maloney in P3, he's 45th outright. He's third in class right now. They'll go to the end too. So all classes looking pretty good right now. Christian Wales, that's just diving into the pits on the GT4 participants. There we go. So race update. We're all over it right now. No guessing around here. Got all the information at hand. Venter just takes a position away from Bozic. So Bozic can probably go to the end. Venter going to be touch and go with him. Need to do a bit of fuel saving. Bushell in 17th. He'll go to the end as well. So we should expect Taylor and Curran. Curran's in the pits. There we go. So Taylor shouldn't be too far behind him. He'll probably be in on this lap. And then Begg will be touch and go if he can get to the end. John Zhu should. Yeah, Patrick Oliver's looking good right now. Patrick Oliver is looking really good. Patrick Oliver could get a podium here. He's in P6 right now, 11 seconds behind Zhu. And Zhu is going to be touch and go for him. He's probably going to need to do a little bit of fuel saving to get to the end here. Oh no! Patrick Oliver, give a man a rap. Is that at Radion? I think it is, yeah. Oh, man! And that might have been his chances at a podium. Oh, he's so lucky he didn't get collected then. Oh, back to live pictures. That BMW coming through. Wasn't for position. P8. Those tyres will not be feeling very nice right now. So Patrick Oliver. Kappa, less than a second behind Schneider. Yeah, I like where this race is at. That's Cooley. That's our GT4 leader in the Maserati. Baller is in the pits. So gets that move done. There we go. So that's Schneider up ahead. Kappa's just been in the pits only 10 minutes ago. So he's fresh. He's ready to run this thing to the end. And Schneider should be able to as well, but he pitted half an hour ago. So those tyres certainly won't be feeling as nice as Kappa's. Oh, one NETT, never doing another multi-class race. LOL. I can understand that you felt that way. I wonder if that's Reynolds, our former leader of the Porsche Cup. 8:19 in game time, so sun continuing to set. What if it's making it difficult for any drivers in any parts of the circuit? Oh, here we go. Here's the move from Kappa. Goes up the inside through Blanchimont. Oh, he runs a little bit wide. Schneider's going to have the door open to come back. Still going to challenge him into the bus stop chicane. And nice move by Kappa. Nick Kappa. I like it. In 13th position in the McLaren. Where did you start? He started in 10th. Alright. Nice work, Nick Kappa. That was a nice move. So here's Patrick Oliver. Back up now in P6. So that spin hasn't cost him dearly. He's got two drivers up ahead, Hignett and Simon. They've both pitted 36 minutes ago. And then Zhu, P3, he might have to pit again. So it's still on for Patrick Oliver. Still in the box seat. What did he circulate last lap? 2:31. Well, yeah, that spin, so it's not really an accurate time. Paquita in the pits. This will be her final stop. She'll get that sorted and she'll be back out underway. Where's she going to drop down to? That's the big question. She dropped to 22nd last time. There's 56 runners. Patty Oliver just sliding that Mercedes out of Corbett Porferet. Whatever you pronounce it. Turn 6. Out of Stavolo. No, turn 16. Blanchimont. This is good stuff between these two. Oliver sending it. Oh no, he wasn't sending it. It looked like it from the TV view. There's a couple of guys up ahead. Not in their fight right now. As Oliver is going to continue to attack the rear of Hignett. Got a Porsche Cup car up ahead. It gets out of the way. The Ferrari as well. It's a GT3 Ferrari. Not too sure who the Porsche Cup car belongs to. Yeah, I agree, Rusty. Oh, it's a lot more enjoyable to watch it than participate in it, I think. That's Paquita. That's Philippa Paquita. So she's had a couple of little close shaves at Radion tonight. It Back to Oliver, watching him in Hignett. So that was Bakita after completing her stop. I just looked away, I was watching the chat, wasn't watching the race, my apologies. And now they're continuing to find their way through the field. And that's Simon as well. So this is all for position. This is all for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th with Bakita in there. Just recently pitted. All these guys, well, some of these guys will need to pit again. Some of them won't. 47 minutes remaining. We're going to find out in the next 47 minutes, that's for sure. This is great stuff. 2 hours and 13 minutes with a bit of change. This is good stuff right now. I'm looking forward to the end of this one though, because I'm really hungry. Bab and Bozic swapping positions down the Camel Straight. So Bab takes away that spot. He pitted 3 minutes ago, so he's good to go to the end. And Bozic should do as well. Should do. Not 100% guaranteed on that one. Patrick Oliver continues his good run right now. So he's behind Hignett. Mercedes has treated him well today. Plenty of traffic up ahead as well. That's a GT4 Camaro getting in the mix. Keeping to the left, getting out of the way. Nice work to that driver. Not too sure who it is. Car number 77. I think that's Andrews. As they head into the source. Down the hill. This is great stuff. He's got Bakita behind him as well. There she is. There she still is. Up the Camel Straight, tucks into the draft, looking to go around the outside. Oh, that's Cole again in the GT4 red Camaro. Doing his best to get out of the way, makes a little bit of contact, almost goes around. Bakita says, I'll take a piece of that, thank you very much. Going around the outside of Patrick Oliver now, down into the run into turn 10 to Bruzel's. She gets the job done, so Oliver lives to fight another day. Bakita takes the spot away, and Cole continues to fight another day as well. All's well that ends well. A little bit of heart and mouth stuff there to go along with it, but that was good in the end. It was a lot more comfortable from this position. I want to see WCE beat ABL. I don't know who that is. WCE. Not too sure. Anyway. It's been great stuff. This is, I don't know about you, I've bloody enjoyed this. This has been very, very enjoyable. I enjoyed the 4 hours of Watkins Glen as well, and I think I've enjoyed this more. This has been fun stuff. 71 cars we started with, that was amazing. What a spectacle. Greg Brock, one of the organisers, the primary organiser of this event, getting the move done on Chris Cooley, our GT4 leader, and Greg Brock moves up into P42. 43.5 minutes remaining. Bakita continuing to make progress through the field. She's got Hignett up next. He's got a rear flashing rain light right now, Hignett. I don't know who that BMW belongs to. He's out of position though, whoever it is. As Bakita gets a nice tight line through the source, gets the run, goes side by side with Hignett. Who's going to blink first as they make their way to the entry of Eau Rouge? No one needs to blink. Bakita just slips through. Nice work from her. Try and pick up a little bit of a toe from the BMW just up ahead. As we see Hignett just in the rear view mirror now. And that looked very comfortable from the number 89 McLaren belonging to one Philippa Bakita. Nice work from her. She moves up into P4. She has Simon up ahead now. Simon S. In the 115 Spider-Man entry is Hignett getting his way past that BMW. I should really try and find out who that BMW belongs to. It's not Schneider. Is it green? It's not green. Is it Pratt? Oh, who was that? I don't know who it was. Anyway, let's get back. This is possible race leader right now. She's been dominant. Blitzed him in qualifying and has led the vast majority of this race. Begg is at an hour, so he will need to pit again. Zhu is at 50 minutes. Will he be able to make it to the end? He could be with a chance for a podium. Simon is probably going to get there till the end. His tyres will not be feeling very nice at the end of it though. And Bakita in the box seat. She's 6 minutes after a pit stop. Oh, thanks, Rusty. That's very kind of you to say that in the chat. I've quite enjoyed it. It's been good times. It's been fun. As Bakita goes around the outside at the bus stop, gets the job done on Simon S. Now she moves up into P3. She's 18.5 seconds behind Zeus. So it's going to be a little while for her to make up that ground. Zoo on that last lap lapped at a 2-minute 20.2. Bakita did a 2-minute 18.687. So that gives you an idea. We should see probably when she catches him, probably in the next sort of 7 or 8 laps. You would think. See what happens. 40 minutes remaining in game time. 8:29 p.m. Track has dropped a degree down to 16. Still classes optimum and matches the air temperature. Here's Paddy Oliver, 2 seconds behind this group here. And this is a legit straight up fight between Simon S and Hignett for P4 and P5. Which one of these positions could possibly be a podium as well. So there's a lot to fight for here. There's a difference of $40 between second and third. 120 to second, 80 to third. Pretty good for a Saturday night sim racing, I reckon. Sponsored by SimGrid as well. Not SimGrid, it's sponsored by I will get the sponsor out in a moment. Sponsors. The Sim League, not SimGrid. The Sim League. Simtronics Industries as well. So there you go, there's a plug for the sponsors. AAES is the league that you're watching. Hope you're enjoying it. Bab and Venter as this into Bruzel's turn 10. A right-hander down the hill. Bab takes that position away. Moss is a little bit further back. He's P16. Oh, Simon S. What happened? He's pitted. Yeah. And Zoo's pitted as well. So they definitely couldn't have gone to the end. They were pretty... Simon S. was early in the stint. Oh, no. 46 minutes. Zoo was 53. All right. Well, that's very interesting then, because if they're pitting then... Bakita, yeah, she'll be all right then. So, Beg... Let's get to some on-track action. Beg at an hour and 3. Yeah, he'll definitely need to pit again pretty soon too. Drive-through penalty, track limits, car 717. Oh, no! That's this man on screen, Patrick Oliver. I think that is going to be the official nail in the coffin for his chance for a podium position, unfortunately. Drive-through for track limits, car 95. Car 95, that's Myers down in P29, the BMW entry. Yeah, the number 95. That's really bad luck for Patrick Oliver. He's going to have to serve that drive-through penalty, and that'll put an end to his charge for a podium position. He was looking on track. The that strategy, but unfortunately for him, he will need to serve that in the next 3 laps, which is going to put a very, very large dent in his opportunity for a podium. Skinny Luke racing for Danny Rick's wrist. He's down in 22nd. He's got Ethan Cale ahead of him. Ethan Cale is the Cup car leader. So as 37 minutes remains, Ethan Cale is first in the Cup car, Porsche Cup division. Matthew Spinazzi and Michael Pickford. That's your top 3 in the Cup cars. In terms of GT4, Chris Cooley continues to lead. He's got JP Page and Tom Maloney in 2nd and 3rd there. Lucas Keys in 4th, Christian Wells in 5th. So they're down in 42nd, 43rd, 44th, 46th and 47th outright. And we still have 56 runners. So we've lost 15 throughout the 2.5 hours we've been racing, give or take 6 minutes. Which I think is a fantastic effort from everyone involved. As Paddy Oliver is now serving that penalty. There he is. It's a long bloody drive through too at Spa. In the meantime, this is a race 4 position as well between Bushell and Moss. Moss started in 14th. That's where he finds himself right now. And Bushell started in 40th. These two are going to go to the end. Drive-through cleared for Patrick Oliver. He's going to come out in P7th, around about there. Cobalt Gaming couldn't make the start line due to illness, but thought I'd just drop in for the start. Here I am 2 hours later. Great call. Oh, thanks, Cobalt. Cobalt Gaming. There we go. Well, that's a sign that it's been an entertaining race. Drive-through cleared 717. And that's Patrick Oliver. Bab and Schneider going at it. And Bab gets the better of him there. So Bab in 8th. He's 15 minutes into his timer. Schneider's 46. So he's going to have to nurse that car home. Bakita is now our outright leader. It's been a very familiar position for her all evening. Here's Moss, Kurt Moss. He's been impressive, Kurt Moss. I think he's driven awesome. I know he did start in the position that, he started 14th. He's moved up 3 spots. He's been impressive, Kurt Moss. I like that. I like the effort, the driving from here. He's had a couple of setbacks throughout, but he's kept plugging away. He's lapping a 2 minute 20.492, so one of the faster cars on the circuit right now. I'm not too sure where Kurt Moss is from. I reckon I've got his little wire. Here we go, Kurt Moss. He's from other leagues he races in: JSRA, CSRO, and Slipstream International (ORL). Is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Like us to do a shout out for? My pockets. What's your favourite car track combo? Got a couple. You didn't answer the song question. What is your motorsport bucket list? Being able to do at least some quality laps in a fairly high-powered car on a proper circuit, participating in longer enduro events on ACC. If your partner, okay, yeah, blah blah blah. 4 track, no motorsport, nothing. Oh, what's his rig? His rig, DIY aluminium rig, Sim Magic Alpha U with FX Pro Wheel, AG Sprints. He also agrees that PC is really the master race. What events would you like to see in the future? Just enjoying the solo Enduros at the moment. Would you be interested in an ACC Bathurst 12-hour Enduro on the 18th of November? Hard to commit. Fair enough. Well, Kurt Moss, tip of the hat to you. I've enjoyed watching it tonight as car number 595 is their penalty. And he's in 11th right now. Zoo's come out in P13. He's got it's Paddy Oliver up ahead of him. Oh, here we go. Oddball Gaming. Cobalt Gaming, sorry. Kurt Moss from the US somewhere. Hang on. From the US somewhere. Originally Jamaica. Yeah, right. Gets up at around 4 a.m. to race these things. What a legend. Thanks for the insight, Cobalt Gaming. That is so good. Well, even my respect for him's gone up even further than this. Oh, so hence the colour of the car. There we go. So cool. Thanks, Cobalt Gaming, for the insight. Yeah, Louis is calling out the rain light racing as well. Yeah, I saw that. It was a Ferrari, I think it was. Venter is in the pits now. And then Shane Robbins is tucked in behind Pickford, who's one of the Cup cars. So he should make relatively easy work of him, given the power difference between the two. And he does. Up the Camel Straight at the end. He'll do that under brakes in the 666. Moves up into P26. Right now, Paquita lapping at 2 minute 18 flat. No other car in the field was in the 18s on that last lap. So she's in a league of her own, as she has been for most of this one, if not all of it. This is Michael Babb, DH Racing. He's got Phillips just up ahead of him in the Honda. Sol Honda in the field this evening. Rowe chasing down Taylor for third. So 0.2 difference in lap time. The previous lap between the two. What was that? 4.1 seconds the difference between the two. We'll definitely keep an eye. We'll definitely keep an eye on it. This is Bab. We'll be side by side through Pill 1. Circuit, I reckon, of all the ones I've called. Great track Spa. Alright, so who else do we have on these? Who else do we have? Chris Bozick. Look at Chris Bozick's bio shortly. He's out there. Bab all over the back of the Honda of Phillips, down the inside into the bus stop. We've seen that plenty of times today already. Tonight, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are in the world watching it. And Phillips able to hold on. Bab's going to continue though. Really be able to make a move into the source. And I still can't get it done. There's a GT4. Yeah, so that GT4 just playing spoiler there. Have a look at that red, orange, the red, you know, the red balloon. Phillips though, continuing to go at him, and he finally wins the battle. 714 is their drive-through. Hard to keep up with all the penalties. And Bab, 22 minutes into his stint, so he's good to go all the way to the end. So Gunther Rowe, he was on an absolute charge earlier on, wasn't he? So that's the Janetta in front of him. That's one of the GT4s, obviously. them down the inside. That's not a race for position there. Tornado wasn't out of position. So Rowe, last lap around, a 2:20.5. Taylor, a 2:20 flat. So half a second the difference. So maybe a little bit of lap traffic there coming into effect. Drive through for track limits, car 21. That's Begg in 14th position. What about Hignett? Hignet's at, he is going to be so tight, Hignett. 58.5 minutes with less than 27 to go. It's going to be super close for him. So he is lapping at Hignett last lap around. Did a 2:20.4. Taylor a 2:19.7. A 2:20.6 to Rowe. So Hignett is going to have to try and hold on till the end here. That Ferrari, someone was talking about F1 sprint race about to start on full wet. I didn't know it was a sprint race at Thingo this week. Zandvoort. There you go. Don't spoil it for me, Louis, because I'm going to watch it after this. No spoilers, please. Was lots of weather expected at Zandvoort this weekend. So here's Kurt Moss. Could possibly be my new favourite driver. In P10, the man from Jamaica. What time? It would be an ungodly time in Jamaica right now. What an effort. I love that. I love that commitment. That's awesome. That's so good. What time is it in Jamaica? Kingston, Jamaica. 6:29 a.m. Mate, what a legend. So yeah, he would have started at 4 o'clock like the Cobalt Gaming said. What have we got here, Rusty? 2 hard luck story winners for tonight. Reynolds getting screwed by DC after driving the perfect race, and Trainer, after qualifying in P3, just got punished for the rest of the day. Yeah, he did, Jacob Trainer. He did definitely cop the wrong end of the stick. I've got to say, though, viewer of the day has to go to Rusty Shackelford. What a legend. He's been awesome, giving so much insight in the chat. It's almost like I've had like a special comments co-commentator with me today, Rusty. So whoever you are, much appreciated. I've thoroughly enjoyed your insights and your engagement in the chat. Been much appreciated. As Moss and Schneider, this is for position. 24 minutes to go. 6:30 a.m. in Jamaica right now. They're going at it for a top 10 in a 71 car 3 hour. There's K. I wonder if that's a penalty for serving or a late pit stop. Alright, so Hignett is at 1 hour and 2 minutes with 23.5 to go. He's going to be pushing it to get there. Everyone else will be fine amongst the sort of top 20. Do we have Pickford might be able to make it, Venter doubtful, or maybe right on the edge, Conboy right on the edge. Got a few out there. We've still got 54 runners. Fantastic effort to have 54 out of the 71 still running. Phenomenal effort from everyone. As Bushell going down the inside of Zoo, that's 4 position. That's 2 GT3 cars going at it. From the rear of the 512 Mercedes. Planned on watching the start and couldn't look away. Oh, there we go. That's the second comment like that tonight. Well, it's good. I'm glad you've had an enjoyable Saturday night. That's not enjoyable for Crossland. What's happened here? Oh, we just caught the end of it. That's it. Radion as well. So, yeah, unfortunate for him. He was running in 18th position. So go back to live pictures now. And yeah, he's in 18th. So I reckon he'll just suck it up for the last 22 minutes of this one. Don't want to pit, then you're too far gone to quit. So Moss and Schneider. Yeah, so the big question is Hignett. Now, the difference between Hignett and Taylor is 9.3 seconds. Last lap, Hignett did a 220.1, so he's still lapping well. Taylor 219.9, so a couple of tenths of difference, but it's 9.9 seconds with 21 and a half minutes left. And then Gunther Rowe, Gunther Rowe, he's 4.3 seconds behind as we're watching Moss and Schneider go at it into the source. Sun almost completely set. 8:48 in game time, PM. Track stabilised at 16 degrees. Watch from the rear of the BMW belonging to Schneider. These two having a great battle. And Schneider able to hold off. Oh, who was that? That's Finton. See if we can be on the read. Watch this. Okay, so we go on board. We're going to wait for Moss to come through. Look at that. Oh, mate. That is... Oh, that's Paddy Oliver coming through. As we go back to live action. Let's get back to Moss and Schneider. Going through where that's campus. Alright, last lap around. Getting very willing right now. We're into the final 20 minutes of a 3-hour race. No money for these two, but definitely some pride on the line. And Moss certainly wants to make it worth his while. Considering he's gotten up at would have been probably 3 a.m. to do the practice, although the qualifying, sorry. Go through bus stop. Nothing's doing through there for now. There's nothing in it between them on lap time as well. 900ths of a second. The difference, 221 flat to a 221.092. So they head down the hill again, out of the source, past the pits, up through Eau Rouge. Having a look at speeds as well. They're both identical max speeds, 271 kilometres each. And Moss just ducking out of the toe there, having a little bit of a look. Alright, I need to get across everything here. So GT3s, 18 minutes left. Bakita, Hignett, Taylor, Rowe, Curran. That's your top 5. They will all be in with some money in their pocket. They'll walk away from this one. Now, for the Porsche Cup, Ethan Cale. Oh, traffic going on here. That's a GT4 Merc. And who's this? That's it. Is that a GT4 as well? I think it is. Yeah. Oh, no, it isn't. That's an Aston Martin. Not too sure who that belongs to, though. 707. Drive-through penalty. That's Venter. Oh, yeah, that is at Bruzel's as well. And he's out. He's done. Venter's gone. We're down to 53. Tony French, Tox Sport, WRT entry. Let's stick with this one. This is where we were at. Just trying to get through. So, Porsche Cup, Ethan Cale, Spinazzi is the top two. And then Pickford is in third. So right now, Ethan Cale leading the way in the Porsche Cup car from Matthew Spinazzi. So Cale 21st outright, Spinazzi 23rd outright, Pickford 27th outright, but third in class. GT4, it's Chris Cooley leading the way. He's outright 41st. Pretty close on the timer. So an hour and 6 minutes to Cooley. Page an hour 11. And Tom Maloney, the third in class, an hour and 8. And they're outright 41, 42, 43. Lucas Keys is fourth, an hour and 10. So they're all on almost the identical strategy. So one of them have to pit on the way through. As Moss goes up the inside. And he gets it done. Nice work, Kurt Moss, the man from Jamaica. Gets it done. Oh, he had a little bit of traffic there as well to deal with. As row 5, I've just come back to see Shane Robbins not up the top anymore. What happened to him? Yeah, a disconnect, unfortunately. So we've had a few tonight for various reasons. We've lost 18 cars throughout. We started with 71. We are, when I say down to 58, like that's ridiculous, right? Like it's almost triple the size of a normal league night field. But yeah, we are, in this case, we are down to 58. And yeah, what a drive from Philippa. Yeah, 32 seconds. Absolutely just, yeah, a class, absolute class effort from her. Her last lap was a 2:17.8. No one's even anywhere near that right now. Her best is a 2:16.2. She qualified with a 2:15.5. There's not too much more you can say other than it's been another domination from her in the number 89 McLaren. She's certainly been the class of the field. But the remaining field, that's certainly not to be dismissed, though, by any stretch of the imagination. Benjamin Hignett, his stint timer is at 1 hour and 11 minutes. So I reckon he's timed it to absolute perfection. He actually lapped 7/10 faster on that previous lap than the man who's in third. That's Chris Taylor that you see on screen now, car number 171, the MRT entry. And then Gunther Rowe, who's also been another really impressive driver personally for me this evening. He started 7th. He's in third. He was on an absolute charge earlier on. The gap is now 2.2 seconds. He did lap almost a second faster on that last lap than Chris Taylor. So there you go. There's the gap right there. He's got the carrot dangling. Look to see a change for position for the podium. Will Hignett make it? They're the two big questions. The battle between Moss and Schneider is settled down now. So Moss is almost 2 seconds ahead of Schneider. So he's been able to claim P9. And then it was all pretty stock standard as well for the Cup and the GT4 classes as well. I will make sure I cover them as well in the remaining 13 minutes of this one, but I think we're in a really good place with this race at the moment. 1.5 seconds the gap, 2 minutes 20.40 to Taylor, 2 minutes 18.767 to Rowe. That's Ethan Cale, that's the Porsche Cup leader just up ahead. The battle is legitimately on right now for the final podium position between Gunther Rowe And Chris Taylor, as he heads up, he had to take a bit more of a tighter line through there. He had the GT4 car just inconveniencing him slightly. And there you go. That's the difference between the two. Looking back from the 171 Ferrari. I wonder if he's in any fuel saving at the moment. Doesn't look like it. Is the map on 1? Looks like it. So not in any fuel saving mode right now, but Rowe is on the charge. We get a last glimpse of the setting sun. Comes out at turn 11, gets a really good run on Taylor. Oh, I was going to say, that is a very risky place to be overtaking through Pouon. Oh, Phillips and Moss as well. So Moss, who pointed that? Breno. How are you, Breno? I meant S. Phillips. Oh, Phillips, sorry. S. Phillips, yes, he is. He does have Kurt Moss approaching quite fast. There you go. So I don't believe it's the yellow GT3. It's the Honda up ahead. I'll keep an eye on that. But we've got a battle for P3, the final podium place right now between Taylor and Rowe. How good is this? We've gone for 2 hours and almost 50 minutes. And this is the difference between P3 and P4. Oh, that's a GT3, or is it a port? I think it's a GT3 up ahead. Ah, come on, Nick. There we go. Rowe. I've been super impressed with this dude, Gunther Rowe. My apologies if I should know who he is, but man, he's been great. Last lap around, 21.9 to Taylor, 20.7. I don't think we need to worry about the lap times anymore. We can see the gap right now. Sparks flying. Oh no! Gunther Rowe lost it through Eau Rouge. Ah, and that is that. As we go on board with the replay. Oh, was he making a change to something there? Oh, Gunther Rowe, give a man a rap. And that's what happens. And now, what about Moss? Phillips! Oh, Philip, what happened to Phillips? So, 11th, I saw him drop. Moss has moved up to 8th. Phillips has got Bushel 9/10 behind him. But the big story here is Gunther Rowe was challenging for P3 within the final 10 minutes of this one. Lost it through Eau Rouge. His hand moved on the steering wheel. I saw Philippa Paquita do that as well, so I wasn't too sure if he was changing brake bias or something through there. But I don't know if that had any effect on it whatsoever. But unfortunate for Gunther Rowe, he is now down in P5. So unfortunate for him. That was really looking like a cracking finish between those two, and it definitely deserved that as well. 44 drive-through penalty. Who's 44? 44. Oh, that's Greg. Oh, that's Greg Brock. Ooh, that is a very sketchy position. I think he's teleported back to the pits. He has. Yeah, unfortunately, he has not had an enjoyable race tonight, Greg Brock. He soldiered on to the very end. Oh, Hignet's pitting. So he wasn't going to be able to make it. Here comes Taylor. All right, he goes through. And now Liam Curran is possibly going to take a P3 position. Hignet. And we'll see Curran on the right-hand side of the screen come through. There he is. He goes into P3. And Hignet in the pits. Where did Liam Curran come from? Am I, like, going crazy here? Has he, like, not just come out of... I don't know. I've had a few beers, so maybe. I don't know. Anyway, our podium right now, with 7.5 minutes left, is Philippa Paquita. Chris Taylor in second. Liam Curran. Am I going crazy here? Anyway, Liam Curran is in P3. Liam Curran is definitely another impressive racer as well. Gunther Rowe. Yeah, Gunther Rowe, Kappa. That's the top 5 right now. Moss moves up to 7th on that pit stop. Alright, so that's where we're at right now. That's the top 5. Let's have a look at Cup Car. Oh, what happened, Bushel? Oh, that's huge! That's huge! Let's have a look at that on the replay. This is Bushel. Oh, and it went wrong pretty early, and it went wrong in a big way, and he took someone out with him. Oh, 2 cars colliding. That was a big hit. Pretty good catch on the replay there, gotta say. But that's brutal. Ethan Cale. He is Porsche Cup leader right now. He has got, was that Mick Pratt that he's overtaken? I think it is. Matthew Spinazzi is in P2 in the Cup car category. And then Michael Pickford in P3. So Cale, Spinazzi, and Pickford. That's your top 3 in the Cup cars. I did say look out for Liam Curran. He is a jet. He is a gun little racer. I've commentated a few of his races, that's why I know. Loves endurance racing. Loves it. GT4, Chris Cooley is our class leader. Oh, Mark Stevens. Oy, what happened there? Where's that? Is that a cool one? I think it is. Let's have a quick look. Oh, it's a GT4 class car. And then he's made a little bit of... Oh, he's got hit from behind. It's a bit rough. 37th he is right now. Where was I? Chris Cooley. There you go. So he's the leader of the GT4. JP Pige in the Camaro. He's 2nd in class. And Tom Maloney is in 3rd with Lucas Keys, who usually partners with Liam Curran. Is in 4th, and then 5th is Christian Wells, who we haven't seen too much of this evening, but he's done he's performed mightily this evening. Paddy Oliver hunting down Schneider in the closing stages of this one. Right on under the rear wing of Schneider. Lost that position to Moss earlier. Here's Hind and Zoo. 808, stop go cleared. Hind, he was up there too. Where did he qualify? He qualified in 2nd. So Connor Hind. Let's get back to this scrap here between Schneider and Oliver. So right now, 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. Bakita, Taylor, Curran, Rowe, Kappa. That's your top 5. Looks all quiet right now. Rowe's 2.5 seconds behind Curran. Last lap around, he was a 10th slower. Rowe was a 10th slower than Curran. So that's not looking likely to change with the current status quo as it sits. What is looking to possibly change though is Schneider is trying to hold on for dear life. P10 right now is what he occupies, and that's a position that Patrick Oliver, I don't know if he's Paddy. Patrick Oliver is looking to change. 717. Is that? I don't know. Oh, a little bit of contact. Maybe he got a little bit held up by the GT4 through Bronchimont. Almost made contact. Hignett as well. This is on Phillips. So they've got the one of the only KTMs in the field this evening. And that's Hind tucked in behind him. Oh, Oliver's pitted. Oh, that was the penalty. He had the penalty. That was who 717 was. There you go. So he's had some bad luck at the end of this one. Patrick Oliver, who was looking to contend for a podium, but had to spin, and then he's had a couple of penalties at the very end of this that's really sort of put the nail in the coffin for him. But yeah, definitely would have been in contention for P3. Watching Hignet going up through Radeon. They've got the GT4. That's the P3 in GT4, the Camaro. Which belongs to Pige, I believe. Yep. Oh, Phillips. Yeah, drops a couple. Oh, he makes contact with Hind. Simon Hind. Yeah, Hind had some difficulties earlier on. I think he got caught up with a couple of sort of crashes and whatnot. So, a couple of incidents. Sorry. 717 clears the drive-through. Gunther Rowe still on the charge though. 219 flat, 8/10 faster on that last lap around from Liam Curran. Liam Curran did a 219.8. Let's see what it looks like this time around. P3 may not be over right now. Liam Curran's got to hold on for at least one more lap. We haven't had the final lap sign yet. Where's Bakita? So she's coming through Puwan. So this has got to be the last lap. I didn't see the signal. It has to be the last lap with 45 seconds left. Maybe, just maybe one more. It's going to be pretty tight. She's going through campus now. Approaching Stavolo. 33. Oh, this is going to be super tight. Right here. It's super tight between Curran and Rowe. Curran will want no more laps. Rowe will want at least one more. Oh, you had to sort of take a little bit of evasive action from the GT4. Where's Bakita? Coming through Blanchimont now. This is going to be super close. 10. No, I don't think she's going to make it. This is probably going to be... No, she won't. No, she won't. So, there'll be... we'll get the signal. We've gone 000, so the 3 hours are up. And Philippa Bakita is going to do one more lap of the 7.04. Oh, that's it. Bakita wins. There you go. So Philippa Bakita has taken out victory. Congratulations, Philippa Bakita. I did mess that up a little bit. My apologies. I've had about 5 beers, so I'm a little bit sort of... It's almost 10 o'clock. Here's Chris Taylor. He's going to come home P2. But Philippa Bakita, what a dominating victory that was. From lights to finish, she's the winner of $190. That's not bad for 3 hours work. Here's Chris Taylor for MRT 171. He is going to take P2. He started in P11. So Chris Taylor for the last time. What about Rowe and Curran? They're still going at it. I think Curran's going to win the battle here. Here comes Taylor. You can hear Curran in the background. Well done, Chris Taylor, P2. Congratulations. Awesome drive from him. Liam Curran. He was my dark horse Smokey. He's going to come home P3. Congratulations to him. And Gunther Rowe just misses out on P3. Takes home P4. Nick Kappa. He started in 10th. So Curran started 12th. Rowe started 7th. Kappa, he started 10th. He will take home P5. Then Bab, he's going to come home. He started P5. He dropped a position, comes home P6. Well deserved for him nonetheless. This is Moss. Kurt Moss has been extremely impressive. The man from Jamaica is going to come home and take P7. He started 14th. So congratulations to him. Schneider, he started P24. He's going to finish 8th, so 16 spots. He's made up. Chris Hine finishes 9th. He started in 2nd, finishes 9th. Hignet, he started in 16th. He is coming home in 10th. Phillips in 11th. 12th is Zoo Tonkin. I've got to get to the Cup cars. Where are we? No, it was Ethan Cale took home the Cup victory. Spinazzi in second. And Jamie Conboy in third. And for the GT4, it was Cooley from Page from Maloney. Whew! Got there in the end. Now, what's the celebratory donuts going on right now? But it was this young lady here, Philippa Bakita. Congratulations, a dominating victory. Chris Taylor comes home second. Liam Curran third. Gunther Rowe fourth. Nick Capper fifth. They're the top 5 money positions. Then for the GT4 class, it was Ethan Cale from Spinazzi in first and second there. So $100 to the winner, second, $60 to the second. And then Porsche Cup. Sorry, Ethan Cale, was the Porsche Cup. And then GT4, Porsche Cup, $75, my mistake. The GT4 grid was $100 for the winner, which was Chris Cooley. And second belonged to Page, I believe. Anyway, that'll all get sorted out later on. Oh, man. That was like 4 hours straight streaming. As Chris Cooley just enjoying himself here. Big shout out to Greg Brock for putting this event on. Shout out to all of the sponsors as well, who helped put all this together. Awesome effort from everyone, and also thank you for all the drivers as well. So Simtronics was one of the sponsors, as was the Sim League Esports Racing Home as well. So they were also another sponsor. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for everyone for watching. So, Rusty Shackelford, a special shout out to you. But thanks to everyone else in the chat as well. But the 3 hours of Spa is done. Philippa Bakita was our overall winner. And that pretty much wraps up that. And yeah, we're all done. So, thanks everyone for watching. Awesome work. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. My name's Nick. I'll see you next time. In the meantime, stay safe.